It marks the start of Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Yeah, so to celebrate, this is what we did. We painted our plaza and then 3 towns across the country pink. And we highlighted some really inspiring people touched by the disease who are using their journeys to help others. It was a beautiful morning.
Plus, Chanel is at Gillette Stadium getting us ready for Sunday night's big NFL showdown. Tom Brady returning to New England to play against the Patriots at home for the very first time.
Gotta be big. And then we're ending the week with Bobby Flay. He's got a delicious meal you can fix ahead today, have it for Sunday or even for the big game.
So let's get started. Time for a Friday edition of Today in 30.
Hi, Today in 30. How are you guys? I'm bringing you behind the scenes here at Gillette Stadium. So here we have our crew, Today Show crew. They've been up since, 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And then come over here. We've got our cheerleaders. We've got our militia guys. We've got our Packer Patriots. And coming up a little later this morning, we're going to be cooking. So whether you're tailgating or whether you're just enjoying the game from your couch, we are having a really good time. Everything is gearing up for Sunday's football game. Tom Brady returning back here for the first time in a long time. He's given them 6 championships. Here's the question. Will they cheer for him? That's what we're all waiting for. So there you go. We're having a good time. We'll see you in a bit.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, Chanel Jones. She's made her way to Gillette Stadium where anticipation, well, it's reaching a fever pitch. Hey, Chanel, morning.
Good morning. It is cold out here this morning. I guess it's football season. It has been said you can't go home again, but Tom Brady is doing just that, playing here in Gillette Stadium as the visitor for the first time. Fans here eager to see their longtime hero on this field for perhaps the last time.
Tom Brady is back, arguably the greatest quarterback ever, returning for the first time to the place where he built his legendary career.
Brady slides right and throws, hits, touchdown!
Brady led the New England Patriots for 2 decades, helping the franchise win 6 Super Bowls. Last season, the 3-time MVP found a new home in Tampa, winning another Super Bowl in his first season in Florida.
Let's go!
The celebrations in Tampa, including that boat parade and a trophy toss. And a less than sturdy Brady soaking in the championship. Back to business this season. This matchup finds Brady and former Patriot tight end Rob Gronkowski back in Gillette Stadium.
It'll be great to see everyone after the game, but up until game, I'm focused on trying to go win a football game.
A raspy-voiced Brady speaking to reporters after practice on Thursday.
I still have a lot of great friends there, but they know I want to kick their butt this week.
Brady and Gronk preparing to face their former coach, Bill Belichick.
But look forward to the opportunity and the challenge, and look forward to Sunday night.
Number 12 will face off against his heir apparent rookie quarterback Mac Jones. With only 1 win under his belt, Jones and the Pats hope to rebuild to their former glory. Still, all eyes will be on Brady, who put the Pats on the map.
he'll get a little emotional inside, and then he'll be ready to kick some butt.
And for a generation of Pats fans who grew up watching him, it will be a strange sort of homecoming.
This will be the first time I ever root against him when the game starts, but I am Tom Brady through and through.
Batman could leave Gotham, they still love Batman. So I have no problem, no quarrels with that. I think he would proceed very well.
Tickets for the big matchup were selling for over $1,300 on StubHub. Adding to the anticipation, Brady is just 68 yards away from breaking Drew Brees' all-time passing record. If he does on Sunday, it will be yet another stunning career highlight in front of the faithful fans here in New England. Another special moment with the quarterback they loved and lost.
And we're back with Today. Food loves football, and all football fans are going to love the Sunday night matchup.
I mean, how could you not? How could you not? You got Tom Brady, of course, been 20 years as the face of the New England Patriots, returning to Gillette Stadium to take on his old team. And looky who's already there. Chanel Jones at Gillette Stadium. What's up, Ash Jones?
Hello. Well, whether you're a Pats fan, a Bucks fan, or just a Bucks fan, or just a fan of good old game day food, we have the perfect menu for the game. We have Karen Akunowitz. She's a James Beard award-winning chef and owner of Fox and the Knife in South Boston, and she's whipped up some delicious, easy recipes for all of us to make, whether you're tailgating or at home on your couch. Good morning to you.
Hi, Chanel. How are you?
Are you guys ready to eat? Okay, so first of all, let's talk about the Patriots. You're a big-time fan.
I'm a big-time fan, absolutely. I mean, the GOAT's coming back to town. Couldn't be happier about it. But, you know, when the game starts, it's game time, right?
Absolutely. Shall we eat?
We shall definitely
All right,
eat.
let's talk about lobster rolls.
We did a little sandwich off here.
Okay.
So a little New England lobster roll.
Okay.
A little Florida-pressed Cubano sandwich. A little, you know, to celebrate the rivalry. We've got New England lobster rolls. Now, there's controversy in New England. Do you eat them cold with mayo?
Right.
Do you eat them hot with butter?
So am I horrible for liking it hot with butter?
No, I love them hot with butter.
Okay.
But this is the best of both worlds.
Okay.
This is a little riff on my friends from the Clam Shack in Kennebunk in Maine.
Okay.
I make the lobster hot with butter. We toast the roll.
Okay.
And then we add some tarragon mayo. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, do I add the lobster first?
Yeah, you put the lobster on the bottom right here.
Okay. Can I have some lobster while we talk about
have some. And you want to I like to put, you know, a whole tail on here, get a claw on there.
Oh, so you have to load it up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're going to eat a lobster roll, let's eat a lobster roll, right? All right, I'm going to add a little. So I make a little tarragon mayo.
Okay.
So this little herby. We're going to put that on the top of the roll.
Okay. Is this easy to make?
This is so easy. You're going to make this in a blender with an immersion blender.
Okay.
Or you can just buy some mayo at home, chop up some tarragon.
Call it a day.
And call it a day. Make it easy. We're going to grab a little arugula.
Okay.
We're going to put that right on top of the
Just right on the
lobster.
top?
Yep, you got it.
I wash my hands, promise.
Perfect.
Okay.
We're going to
little
push this
toothpick
down and little toothpick action. A little bigger than a slider, a little smaller than
But you
a
know what?
sandwich.
You can't beat
Perfect
it.
game day
Can't beat
size.
it. Okay, so on the other end here, we have do I call them Cubano rolls?
Cubano, yeah.
Cubano?
It's a pressed Cubano.
Okay.
So you can do these on a panini press or you can do them in a pan.
Okay.
They're actually great for tailgating because you can warm them, press them at home.
Okay.
And then they stay pretty great if they travel. They're also great for a game day spread. We're going to put mustard on both sides.
Okay. Easy enough.
Easy enough.
It also makes for a great spread.
Oh
If
my
people wanna
gosh!
Pick up something
also,
and go
if
for
you're
it.
a pescatarian, you eat meat, you don't eat meat. We've got something for everyone.
Okay.
We like to load this up. We like to put cheese on both sides. We're gonna. You want to do the pickles?
Do the pickles.
You pickle on this side.
A little crunch.
So we're either gonna do roast pork or ham on this side. If you don't go for pork or ham, you can always do turkey. That's a great substitution.
Easy enough.
We're gonna close this bad boy up. And we're going to throw it.
A good old panini maker.
We're going to throw it right on that press.
Okay, so we've got about 1 minute left. In honor of our healthy folks here, we have, especially Giselle and Brady, first
Tom and Giselle, right? If you're fans, if you're not a football fan, you're probably a Tom and Giselle fan. So I made this in honor of them. This is a little green goddess dressing. That's a little nod to Giselle, right?
There
A
you
little
go.
goddess dressing with some beautiful crudité. And I love to put them in individual cups.
This is good,
right?
especially with COVID too.
Right? Everyone has their own individual cups. Kids love them.
Okay.
And, you know, it's a great and fun, delicious way to get some vegetables into your football
And then
day
how do
spread.
you make the green goddess dip really quickly?
Green goddess dip, we're going to throw it all in a blender. Tarragon, spinach, chervil, parsley, yes. and we whip in a little Greek yogurt at the end. If you're dairy-free, you can use a little coconut yogurt, a little coconut cream, and you've got like a delicious herby dairy-free dip.
You know what I like about this? It looks healthy, but it still tastes like it's
delicious.
Right?
It feels, you still feel like, oh, I'm eating something delicious. Yeah,
and you're the best.
You're the
Thank
best.
you so much.
You're welcome.
Are you ready
Thanks
for Sunday
having me.
night?
I am ready. Do you have tickets to the game?
No, I'll be watching from my
Yeah,
couch.
same. Me too.
Are you ready for the game? It kind of goes without saying. This is really yummy. This might be the healthiest, yummiest vegetable dip I've had.
That looks good.
So
looks good.
Chanel.
Bring it.
Man,
Get over here.
Chanel, thank you. You never bet against Brady. My friend Carson Daly told me that. I think Tom's going to beat him. He's going to beat him at Gillette.
I think he's going to run up the score, too.
I think so.
Look at y'all.
They'll be clapping at the beginning and booing at the
Wait,
end.
what about the
Make an impression.
Ricola? Does he really have a sore throat?
I think he might be trying to throw him off.
You think
Really?
it's a
I
ploy?
think it's like
it might be a
psychological
mild head
warfare.
Tom Brady doesn't get sick.
He doesn't get sick?
Tom doesn't get sick.
Okay.
He said he
Chanel,
lost his voice getting tickets for all his family and friends.
Did he-
That was his joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tired himself out.
Chanel, thank you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts. And we're back with our special series, Pink Power, today in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I want to quickly shout out my late mother, Patty Daly Caruso, who was a very proud breast cancer survivor. Her story was incredible. So I want to
She
thank
was
you for today.
always on our hearts, for sure. And we want to show our support in a big way this morning. We're going to paint the town pink. We'll start right here on our little town, our little neck of the woods, the Plaza.
All right, Plaza crowd, are you guys ready to turn this baby pink? Okay, ready? We're going to count together. We're going to start on 3. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
It's official.
That is awesome.
Pink power.
This is so cool.
It's beautiful.
Very cool.
So many beautiful faces, survivors, and friends this morning. We're proud to turn this plaza pink, and we are just getting started because this morning we're going to spotlight 3 inspiring people going above and beyond in their communities to help fight breast cancer.
That's right, and they're going to help us paint their towns pink as well. So let's start down south. Let's go to Charlotte, North Carolina, where one woman living with breast cancer is a driving force behind a program that's helping a lot of people.
Remember this name, Angela Baker. She gives cancer patients more than just a free ride to appointments, but she also gives incredible emotional support to their road to recovery. Take a listen. Angela Baker knows what it means to fight breast cancer. First diagnosed at age 32, she beat it not once, but 3 times and is currently living with metastatic breast cancer. 6 years ago, Angela offered to give a woman she didn't know a ride to her treatment. and found her life's purpose. She created a nonprofit, Angels in Disguise, which offers cancer patients free transportation to appointments.
Cancer doesn't stop. It doesn't matter if you can't get there. I'm just trying to help somebody live life now, not have to worry about that.
Behind the wheel, she provides emotional support and encouragement.
I had someone that she was 30 years old and diagnosed with stage 4. She's getting out of the car crying, like, I can't do this. And I'm like, yes, you can. I'm right here with you.
Angela says her mobility is not what it used to be, but she can and is eager to put in the miles.
It's very dear to me, and I love helping people.
Okay, Miss Angela joins us now live from Novant Health Presbyterian Medical Center. Angela, let me just ask you this. You've clocked more than 21,000 miles. You've driven 1,600 people. But what I love about you is you don't call them passengers. You don't call them patients. You call them Vidas. What does that mean?
Vidas means life, and it stands for Victorious, Inspired, Delicate Angel Survivors.
Wow. Well, can I tell you? That is exactly what you are. You are an inspiration. You spend your own time and all your efforts. We love everything that you do, and we want to turn your town pink too in Charlotte, North Carolina. So Plaza Crowd, will you help us? Here we go, everybody, for Charlotte, North Carolina. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay. How beautiful is Charlotte, North Carolina? Oh, the staff helping turn the hospital pink. Angela, your dedication, you are an inspiration. Everybody, let's give Angela a big round of applause.
All right, now from Charlotte, let's head to one of my favorite spots, Cleveland, Ohio. Meet Amanda Maggiato, who's worked in cancer care for more than a decade.
Yeah, but in that time, Amanda herself has also been diagnosed with breast cancer 3 times. Well, now she uses her own experience to advocate for others in the same facility that's saving her life.
Wow.
The first time Amanda Maggiato heard the words, "You have breast cancer," she was just 27 years old.
I had a double mastectomy, and I was thrilled after surgery to find out that I didn't need any additional treatment.
But 3 years later, a lump came back, another procedure, another exhale, and then another hurdle.
We found out that I had metastatic breast cancer, and in that case, it typically means that it's incurable.
But Amanda never cared much for impossible odds, and now, at age 35,
I'm thrilled to say that I'm 4 years cancer-free.
Also thrilled, Amanda's oncology team at the Cleveland Clinic, who happened to be her coworkers. Amanda streamlines cancer care, raises money for patients who need help, and in her free time, mentors other women living with breast cancer.
I kind of do all this for other people in gratitude for my good fortune and my health.
Oh, and Amanda is with us live. She's from Cleveland's Playhouse Square. Amanda, you are so inspiring and beautiful. You had 3 cancer diagnoses before the age of 35, no family history. It's just wonderful to hear you're doing so well. And you continue to serve others in the very place that served and treated you. What is that like?
It's wonderful. I'm really, really grateful to have the opportunity to, be with the people who helped me and to see every day the amazing work that they do at the Cleveland Clinic. It's really, it means so much to me.
Well, to see you, a young woman who's been through so much and doing so well, it does a lot of people, their heart's really good. So let's paint your town pink, shall we? Is everybody gonna help us here? We're gonna do a countdown.
Let's do it.
We're getting good at this.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Those marquees.
Oh, I love it. We love Cleveland. It's a pink power takeover. The marquees. Amanda's getting cheered on by a group of breast cancer survivors. We want to just put our hands together and send some love to all of you. We got two down, 1 more to go.
All right, guys, now we're going to turn to Rockville, Maryland, where a firefighter is serving his community in a very inspiring way.
Yeah, he sure is. Even though he's retired, Marshall Moneymaker still puts on that uniform. He drives his fire truck every day. Y'all, I should mention, they're both pink, and they serve an incredible purpose.
When I put on this pink uniform every day, I feel honored. I feel inspired.
Retired firefighter Marshall Moneymaker is still on an important rescue mission. With his pink uniform and pink fire truck, he's raising community awareness for breast cancer. After Marshall's 3 sisters, Penny, Vicky, and Valessa, died from breast cancer, he started a nonprofit called For 3 Sisters.
We've helped people get products, services, financial aid. We learned that if we can relieve that burden, they're going to heal quicker, they're going to heal better, they're going to heal faster.
He drives his truck to promote early detection.
It's an awareness tool. It's to remind women that they need to do those self-exams. Get it out in the underserved communities where we could get women and men a mammogram that may not be able to afford one. Much like if I was responding to their house on fire, hey, I'm there to help you, and you're not going to fight breast cancer alone.
Oh, let's go.
That is what a superhero in pink looks like. He is with us from Montgomery County Fire Station 32. Marshall, by the way, you don't just do this in October. You do it all year round. I know you stumbled across this all by accident. And to show the love and support for you, your fellow firefighters surprised you with that awesome pink uniform. How did that turn you into the superhero you are now?
Well, it was actually them and you guys. You know, we got attention on the media. One thing led to another, and we got out in the public, and I guess that's how I got it. Yep.
Well, there is nobody better to paint your town pink. So are you ready to do it?
Let's do it, guys.
Ready! Count with us, Marshall.
Absolutely.
Ready?
Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go!
What?
Come on,
Oh, yeah.
What's happening?
Do you see the fellow firefighters? They
look at the
are
guys.
showing their support in a big way.
Oh, that is so
Isn't that
cute.
awesome?
That is the sweetest
I
thing ever.
love it. All the firefighters in pink today. I love it.
Support for you, your sisters in their memory, and your whole town.
And thank you for your service, all of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, a big round of applause for all of our folks. You guys.
Yes. That's cool.
One more time, Angela, Amanda, and Marshall. You guys, thanks for your dedication, your passion for helping others. And by the way, thanks to everybody who came to the plaza this morning. It was such a powerful message. Can I just ask you, what is your name?
Helena Rumsey.
And Helena, how are you doing right now in your treatment?
I'm doing well. I just finished chemo last week.
She just finished chemo last week. Congratulations. We're happy for you. It's good to see you. I mean, there are
You're holding up the sign for 30 minutes. I know. You got good strength.
By the way, there are so many stories in this audience, so many people who are going through the breast cancer fight right now, so many people who've just finished it. Raise your hand if you've been through breast cancer. Yeah. Well, we love y'all for coming. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You know the saying, if you can't beat him, well, join him. Well, few people can beat Bobby Flay when he's turning up the heat in his hit food fight show. It's now in its 28th
season.
28th. Have you ever been on it?
Never, not once.
No, me neither,
Anyway.
Bobby. Well, now Bobby is sharing more than 100 of those winning battle-tested recipes in his new cookbook called What Else? Beat Bobby Flay. Hey, Bobby.
We saw you shaking your head.
Let's get this straight right off the bat, ladies.
Okay.
You've both been invited many times.
Many?
Many might be an
many
exaggeration.
Many times. Well, guess what?
What?
We're starting season 30 tomorrow,
Okay.
and we'll be shooting it for the next few weeks. So you'll be getting some phone calls very soon.
We look forward to it.
We plan on beating you.
Yeah.
Okay, 28
Perfect.
seasons. And we heard this season's a little different because you have a new girlfriend.
Wow. That is unbelievable. I don't even know where you heard that, but let's move on to the eggplant rollatini.
Well, we just wondered because
Yes.
I thought now you're probably ready to reveal. That's fine. The world has
No,
Google.
you know, it's Savannah loves like egging me on. You know, when I asked for it, I mentioned that I do have a new girlfriend and that she doesn't eat meat. And of course, I was making vegetarian chili, and the chili went out the window, and Savannah just wanted to talk about.
We didn't even know you
anyway.
had chili. Okay, we didn't know you made that.
You had a girlfriend, okay?
We did know that. All right, so let's talk about what you're cooking today. What do you have?
This is delicious, and I bet your girlfriend loves it.
Well, actually, it is a vegetarian dish. It's not vegan; it's vegetarian. It's an eggplant rollatini, very kind of old school dish. It's a fantastic, I would say, Italian-American Sunday night dinner. You guys alluded to that in the tease. And it's something that you can make in a casserole. You can make it ahead of time and then and finish it in the oven, when your family or your guests are ready to eat. And so what I do is I take some eggplant and I slice it very thinly and I roast it. And the key to eggplant is you want to make sure that it's cooked all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing you don't want is spongy eggplant. You want it to be nice and soft and silky. And then I make a mixture, and this is where the good stuff comes in. So this is ricotta cheese.
Sorry, Bobby, just want to make sure because I'm thinking about making this Sunday. You cook the eggplant first, or you just get it non-cooked?
Yes, exactly, Jenna. So you slice it very thinly, you put it on a sheet pan, and then you roast it in the oven until it's completely soft.
Okay.
Right, so you can do that ahead of time. Let it cool down, and then in this mixture, it's ricotta cheese, mozzarella cheese, Parmesan cheese. So this is where all the good stuff is, and some fresh herbs. And you roll it. I mean, hence the name rollatini. And then I have some tomato sauce that is, it's very, very simple. Onions, garlic, tomatoes. I put a little crushed red peppers or Calabrian chilies in there for a little heat. You don't have to do that, but I like it a little hot. A little fresh basil, and then you put the tomato sauce on the bottom of the casserole, and then you just sort of, you just line up your eggplant rollatini into the casserole dish.
Can you just buy like ragu or some other kind of sauce so you don't have to make it?
You could if you have a good quality tomato sauce that you like, by all means you can absolutely do that.
Okay.
And then you want to put a little extra mozzarella and some Parmesan or Reggiano cheese on top, and then this goes into the oven until, I don't know, probably about 25, 30 minutes maximum. You have to remember the eggplant's already cooked. So basically what you're doing is just kind of warming it up.
Yeah.
And then come over here. We have some breadcrumbs. This is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see it, but we'll send you a photo.
Look at that.
And then some breadcrumbs on top because you want to get a little bit of that, that crunch, that contrast in texture. And that's the way you serve it. And you just put this right in the middle of your table. It's so, so delicious. It's one of those things. It's like, think about this. It's tomato sauce. It's eggplant. It's mozzarella. It's Parmesan cheese. It's a very satisfying Sunday night dinner.
Yeah, it really
so,
is.
Jenna, you're going to make this?
I'm going to try to. I say that every... Please don't judge me.
No,
I'm going to try.
I just did a follow-up.
It's a make-ahead dish. I'm going to try.
And can you freeze it if you don't finish it?
Yeah, I think you can freeze it, actually. I've never done that, but I would say that you probably could freeze it.
But you didn't finish?
Have I ever not finished anything? It's really the question. No, I have not.
Bobby, is your girlfriend there? Can we just say hey to her?
We tried
No,
that.
she's not here.
We
She's
tried
not
that.
here.
We tried that too.
I don't know.
We tried all the tricks, Bobby.
And they don't
and then
work.
what are you garnishing it with? Anything? No.
Oh, then so a little bit of fresh basil, or some fresh oregano, and always, I mean, you guys know this. If you're using fresh herbs and you're using and you're putting it in something hot, you want to add the fresh herbs at the very end so they stay nice and fresh and they stay bright and green.
Well, delicious.
And there
Thank
you go.
So much, Bobby. We're gonna make it this weekend.
Thank you, Bobby.
All right. I look forward to the pictures, Jenna.
Okay. To make this recipe at home, you can check out today.com. And for Bobby's book, head to today.com/shop.
You want to come back Monday, it's going to be a huge day on Today. Hoda sitting down with Maria Shriver and Oprah Winfrey. It's a beautiful conversation about friendship. I'm super fired up for this.
A lot of people didn't even know they were besties for 40 plus years. And then Jenna, she chats with comedy legend Jerry Seinfeld. We'll see you guys Monday. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for joining me at Today All Day. I love sharing Cooking with Cal videos with you, but I've also gotten the chance to interview so many fantastic people across our country wanting to make a difference in one person's life or change the world for the better. Here are a few of my favorites. Enjoy.
Once I felt what it felt like to breathe for the first time and get that full breath of air, I think it unlocked something where I just wanted to keep exploring.
For Kaylee Dunewald, lifelong health issues led her on a mission.
Take me back to why you ever started exploring plant-based diets.
Growing up, I suffered really severe cases of both asthma and allergies and saw all these doctors and specialists, and every one of them told me this is just the way I was born. But then when I was 25 years old, I was living in Bali, Indonesia, and embarked on a plant-based diet.
Kaylee says within 2 weeks, her symptoms disappeared.
I really felt like it was my mission in life to share this really powerful story with more people, to let them know that you really have more agency around your health than you might realize.
She embarked on a career change, first becoming a health coach and inspiring others to view food as medicine.
It was very, very powerful work. But once I kind of a year and a half in, I ultimately felt like I needed to make a bigger impact. And so if I could really target the root cause of at least what a lot of these people are suffering from, it's just the food being offered to consumers.
And she did, targeting a rather unexpected food.
How did you decide ice cream was this niche area that you wanted to focus on?
I thought that that would be a really powerful place to start, because proving that you can do that in a nutrient-dense way really shows that you can do it pretty much anywhere.
In 2017, Kaylee launched Sacred Serve, a plant-based gelato made with young coconut meat and packed with superfoods and nutrition.
In a thing of ice cream, we've got activated charcoal, tiger nut flour, and mucuna purines. It sounds healthy, but I don't know what they are.
So we really tried to recreate this nostalgic cookies and cream, but really only working with nutrient-dense ingredients. So our hero in that flavor is tiger nut flour, which tiger nuts are actually not a nut at all. They're this root vegetable, and they're packed with resistant starch, so really good for your digestive health.
I like to cook, and there are certain healthy ingredients that are just really hard to make work. What was the trial and error process like?
What makes ice cream really rich and creamy is a lot of fat, a lot of sugar, and gums and stabilizers. And we don't use any of that. This young Thai coconut meat, it's a pulp material. So it's got a lot of extra fiber, and that's what lends itself to the really rich and creamy texture.
2 years later, Whole Foods started stocking Sacred Serve.
What was that moment like?
Very surreal. I wanted the product to work. I wanted people to love it. And we were really, really well received.
But the cherry on top, Kaylee not only figured out a way to make ice cream relatively healthy for customers, but for the environment too.
I think one of the coolest things is the actual packaging. I had no idea that the regular carton that you get regular ice cream in is not actually biodegradable, is not recyclable. How is this carton different?
What people don't recognize is because it looks like paper, there's actually a thin plastic lining on the inside that acts as a moisture barrier that essentially renders it trash. And so what we've done is we've replaced that plastic moisture barrier with a water-based barrier, so there's no plastic at all in our container, which makes it fully recyclable, compostable, and biodegradable right at home.
Cookies and cream.
As for the taste test,
Mama,
looks like a thumbs up.
What's Bosco doing in the middle of that?
Bosco wanted some too. Hey, it's healthy for everyone. So I asked Kaylee what other flavors she would like to make next, and she said there's been overwhelming requests for a berry flavor and a coffee one. And after that, she might tackle some more items in the frozen food aisle. So we've kind of gotten on this kick at our house where, you know, if you finish your dinner, you have dessert.
Yeah.
And Calvin loves ice cream. He is obsessed with this ice cream, and I have no guilt giving it to him. So I'm like, it's full of these antioxidants and healthy ingredients. It's not full of fat and sugar. And Ollie gets in on it too.
How about it? And Bosco too, it looked like.
There you go. Bosco's like, don't forget about me.
It is time now for Cooking with Cal. It's a real easy one this week. My little chef and I made one of my mom's signature picnic side dishes with a colorful twist. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Pasta salad.
Pasta salad? I love this recipe. It's something my mom always whipped up. We always had it at summer barbecues. It's so easy. The hardest part is waiting for the water to boil. We want to make our water that's boiling taste like the sea. We want to make it taste like salt water, okay? So I'm going to add a bunch of salt to our boiling water. All right, so let's get the ingredients ready while we're waiting. How this thing works, so we're going to use a can of tomatoes. But these are cooked tomatoes. They're not raw tomatoes. So you'll like these because they're cooked tomatoes, okay? Now turn that as hard as you can. Use those muscles. Do you want some help? There we go. Do you know what these are?
What? Olives.
Black olives. On taste one, you haven't tried one in a long time. Ollie loves them. Ollie loves olives. A little bit. I love them. I could eat them like this. So we got our tomatoes, our olives. You know what this is? Got some parsley. All right, you want to chop this for me? Why don't you put your hand like that? There we go. Good job. Now I'm just gonna make these all a little smaller, okay? This adds a nice pop of green and a nice freshness to the whole dish. So a lot of times my mom would use elbow noodles, the ones that look like C's or U's as you call them. I felt like using tricolor pasta. You know why they call it tricolor pasta?
Why?
Because there's 3 colors. So this one is just made with wheat. This one has tomato in it. And what do you think's in this one if it's green?
Broccoli.
Close. What else is green? What's green and leafy?
Celery.
Well, celery has some leaves. What looks like lettuce?
Spinach.
Yay! Cool. I'm gonna dump this in, okay? While that's boiling, can you dump a can of tomatoes in here? Now all of the olives, the parsley. Ah, good call, buddy. Good idea. Now we wait. Can you taste that? Perfect. All right, drain the noodle. And I want to pour these into this bowl. Dump a whole bunch of olive oil in here.
All of it?
Not all of it. I'll tell you what. All around. Swirl it all around. A little salt. This will come out fast, so let's give it a big stir. Before we put this in the fridge to let it cool down, let's taste it, okay? You like it? Tastes even better when it's cold. All right, for these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. Bye-bye.
And he was out. The best part about this recipe, it's a nice base.
Yeah.
You know, so if you like to add a little tanginess to it, you could spice it up, you know, with some Italian dressing, or you could add some meat or cheese, whatever you want. This is like a good, simple
What's
pasta
great
salad.
about this also is you can take it to a picnic or barbecue, and it's not mayonnaise based,
Exactly.
so you don't have to
I
worry
think that's
about.
why my mom did it, because she could just leave it out and not have to
Yeah,
worry
because
about
my mom would literally, if it was like 20 minutes and it had been amazing, she'd literally slap it out of your hand.
Oh, wow.
Put that down.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
He was a character. Like, he would do anything to make anybody laugh. He wanted to do whatever he could to make someone's day better.
Besides his wife Erica and his 3 kids, there were few things Jason Pompey loved more than biking.
Good luck, babe. That was his release. He would just get on his bike and just ride.
Jason started cycling in 2016, just before he and Erica, 2 old middle school classmates, reconnected. Soon after, she was riding too, but just months into dating, Jason was diagnosed with bladder cancer.
We were in and out of the hospital a lot, and there were times he was scared that he wasn't able to ride again.
Jason underwent 2 surgeries, and life seemed to be back on track.
By the spring of 2019, he was back on his bike. They said all the margins were clear and he was good to go.
That same year, Jason married Erica. He also learned about the Empire State Ride, a bike ride across New York State benefiting Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center in Buffalo. Wanting to give back, he marked it on his calendar for July 2020.
He actually bought a brand new bike specifically for the Empire State Ride, a brand new helmet. That was his goal.
But last spring, Jason's cancer returned, this time to his lungs, stage 4. Unable to ride during chemotherapy, he taped a message of support instead.
This inspires me, this motivates me with my treatments when I'm not feeling well and things like that. So I just want to say good luck and thank you to everybody who is participating in the challenge.
Tragically, in January, Jason passed away.
He's an amazing man. He's an absolutely amazing man. I wish I had so much more time with him.
But amid her grief, Erica decided she had to fill his shoes. Turns out, when the annual Empire State Ride happens next week, Jason will ride after all, with Erica pedaling.
So I've got his seat, the bike he purchased for me, and his Garmin, all on my bike, ready to go. And I am going to be wearing his wedding band around my neck. And I am taking some of his ashes with me too. So I said, no matter if you're not here physically, Jason, you're going on this ride with me no matter what.
Erica wasn't as intense a rider as Jason, but between shifts as an OR nurse, she's been training hard.
I knew I needed to do this for him because he didn't have a choice. He chose to fight every day. And I knew I could fight and push through the 560 miles in a week for him and for all the others that are fighting daily.
Finding that extra gear to help Jason ride one last time.
He would want people to know that you need to chase your dreams. Don't make excuses. I'm sure I'm going to have him there with me for the hills and at the finish line. I know he's going to be with me no matter what, every step of the way, because I know he's proud of me for pushing myself, because this is nothing I would ever dreamed I could do.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played. A unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time for another edition of Cooking with Cal, and this time my little chef and I are making my grandmother's tried and true potato salad.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Potato salad.
Potato salad. So this potato salad was my grandmother's potato salad recipe. It's very, very basic. There's nothing fancy in it. It's literally just potatoes, eggs, scallions, some celery, and some mayonnaise. But we top it off with this. Do you know what this is?
What?
This is called paprika. Everybody has their own technique for hard boiling eggs. Here's how we do it. So let's gently put these in the pot. 5. Let's hard boil 5 eggs, okay? So we've got the eggs in the pot. We're gonna fill this up with water, okay?
Hello.
We're gonna put them on the stove, bring it to a boil, and as soon as it boils, we're gonna cover it and then turn off the heat and let it sit for 20 minutes. Okay, so while the eggs are cooking, let's cut up our potatoes. All right, let's throw these in the pot. Yes. Add some cold water and then some salt. Okay, we're gonna turn this off. We're gonna cover it, and we're gonna wait 20 minutes. That's the worst thing you heard all day, huh? While we're waiting for the eggs and potatoes, I'm gonna chop some scallions.
Hey, mister.
You want me to chop and you eat your apple?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. How's your apple? It's got a nice little crunch to the potato salad. All right, it's been 20 minutes. Should we get the eggs? All right, I'm gonna rinse them under some cold water.
You want me?
So. Yeah. Whoa, good job.
Yeah. Are we all done?
No. What's missing from our potato salad?
Potatoes.
All right, these are piping hot, okay?
Can I cut them?
Because potatoes are dry and don't have a lot of flavor, we're gonna add a lot of salt, a lot of pepper, and we're gonna add a lot of mayonnaise. Now this is controversial, because some people don't think you should add cold mayonnaise to a hot dish. I find that the warm potatoes absorb all of the yummy mayonnaise as opposed to getting all dried out. So I'm not going to wait for them to cool. I'm just going to add it all now while it's still warm. And then I'm going to put it all in the fridge. 1, 2, 3. This is the sprinkle that my mom always used to do.
And kaboom, I put it in my mouth.
You love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/bye-bye.
So
He had to run off after eating the hot mayo.
he always does. So you don't like hot mayo, you don't like celery, so this is not the recipe for you.
No.
And you like a mustardy-based potato salad.
Well, yours look great, Dylan. Look,
It's
you look great.
fantastic.
You look
I
awesome.
don't like relish or mustard. I like a very basic potato salad. So it's old-fashioned and it's...
I like Cal, so whatever
Yeah,
he
Cal's
makes,
the man.
I'll eat.
Cal likes it, so win for me.
We're back with our series, The Upside, and one man pushing himself to new heights, literally, against incredible odds.
It's a remarkable story. 2 years ago, John Hoffman was in grave condition, not expected to live much longer, without a lung transplant.
Well, today he is enjoying his second chance at life and teaming up with the doctor who gave it to him.
Made it. The summit of Half Dome.
When 39-year-old father of 2, John Hoffman, stood atop Yosemite National Park's famed Half Dome this April, the journey was much more than a climb.
It's been, I would say, a long, steep, tough road.
John was born with cystic fibrosis, a progressive genetic disease that causes frequent lung infections and breathing difficulties. He grew up loving the outdoors, but as time went on, they became much harder to enjoy.
Was always pretty tired. It was a lot of coughing. I would avoid stairs. Going across the house would wind me. If I needed to leave the house, I was always, trying to bring oxygen with me. It got pretty bad.
Bad enough that by fall of 2019, he desperately needed a double lung transplant. Dr. Chad Denlinger was John's surgeon.
What would his prognosis have been if he didn't get this transplant?
John's lung function was about 20% normal. He was on continuous oxygen, and he was just fighting infection after infection after infection. His expected survival might be a year or 2.
Wow.
In October that year, John finally got a new set of lungs at the Medical University of South Carolina, remarkably after waiting only 2 weeks. He pushed his recovery just as fast.
I saw progress, every day, every week, every month, and just continued it. I didn't let it plateau.
Now that you have 2 new lungs in your body, how are you feeling?
I feel great. This time last week, I was hiking in the Tetons, just doing all the things that I missed out on the last few years.
Mm-hmm. I mean, most people, you think you get 2 new lungs, you start with a little jog around the corner.
Which brings us back to the top of Half Dome.
A year and a half after lung transplant, I freaking made it.
Down at the bottom, his wife snapped a picture. That tiny dot with arms raised is John. She sent it to Dr. Denlinger, who, like John, is an outdoor enthusiast. When he saw it, he ordered up a unique prescription.
Clearly, John is an outdoors type of person. He's in great shape. So I thought it would be a tremendous amount of fun and a great honor to have John join us for the race this weekend.
That race is the AR Georgia Hogback, a 24-hour adventure race where teams navigate the wilderness by bike, boat, and on foot. And Dr. Denlinger wanted a teammate with a good set of lungs.
I'd imagine that's a good sign when your doctor thinks you're good enough shape to be able to do something like this.
Absolutely. I was completely thrown back. This is going to be a push, and I was very excited about it, and I'm excited and nervous about it now.
If you are nervous, I guess the best teammate to have is your doctor.
Absolutely.
Doctor, what does it mean for you to have John on your team? I mean, this must be just an incredible full circle moment.
No, you're absolutely right. This is a chance of a lifetime.
What does it mean for your boys now to have their dad back and see him participating in something like this? They must just feel like you are Superman.
Yeah, they really do love it. It's a very humbling experience, and to see them get excited for things that I do, it means a whole lot to me. Love every bit of it, absolutely.
So I asked the doctor, I was a little concerned. I'm like, can you overuse new transplanted lungs? And the doctor said that he is not worried that he is pushing John too hard. In fact, this is actually going to make his lungs even stronger and better.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, it is time for Overheard on 3rd on the Plaza. Dylan has been juggling a lot lately, including her newest children's book. I just told her during the commercial break, I'm like, it's real.
I know, it's really
She's been talking about this for a long time. So in Parents Magazine, she's talking about Misty the Cloud and how it has been really years in the making.
Yeah, no, it's something Brian and I came up with, well before we ever thought about having kids. So we talk about that in the article, where the idea came from. I also talk about some of my favorite books that I like reading to the boys and what I liked reading growing up. And there's one story I tell. It's funny because I'll read a book and I read it, word for word as is. When my father-in-law reads the book to the kids, he makes all the characters family members. So then when I go back to read the book later, Calvin's like, no, that's you. That's Ollie. That's Pop. So it makes it very confusing when it comes to telling the story. But it's a nice little article, and the book comes out September 28th.
Well, congratulations, Misty the Cloud. Seriously, there was a day when I first met Dylan, like soon after, she was talking about this idea for a children's book. And so now, almost 7-8 years later.
I said, here's a rough draft. Can you read it to your kids?
Oh my
see if they
gosh.
like it?
And now it'll be in bookstores. Which
I
is
know,
amazing.
which I'm so excited.
Okay.
So you can pick up that Parents Magazine on stands now, I think. Yeah. Okay, we wanted to do something different, a little bit unusual. We've got a Jenga set out here, and some of these have actual questions from you folks here at the Plaza.
So they posed you.
I don't know why you didn't just ask us in person, but we put them on a Jenga box.
Okay, so here we go. You go first.
Me go first?
Yeah.
Why?
So what happens if it falls?
Which it could fall. It's like humid out here. You can't play Jenga when it's humid. I'm going to take the top one. Okay. What's your go-to karaoke song? Good question. Mine is "We Didn't Start the Fire" by Billy Joel.
Mine
Do you even know that song?
We Didn't Start the Fire. Yeah. Mine is "Honey, I'm Home" by Shania Twain. Don't
Yeah,
get
I
me
can see
started.
you doing
I don't know, for some reason, all day. I can do that one. All right, here's another one. This one says, if you could cameo in a TV show, what would it be and why?
A current or past
Whatever
TV
you
show?
want.
Mine obviously would be Seinfeld, just because I feel like my life revolves around Seinfeld.
Oh my gosh. You know what show I wanted to be on so badly? You guys probably won't know the show. It was called Kids Incorporated.
I remember Kids
remember?
Incorporated.
Did you just hit me? No, I'm just kidding.
I love that show.
I would watch it.
K-I-D.
Yes.
Oh,
It's like I made it to kids. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, you know Kids Incorporated.
Of course
That's
I
why
know
we're
Kids
friends.
Incorporated.
Okay.
Okay. What shows are you currently binging? I actually just wrapped up Black Monday on Showtime. We've had, a lot of the cast on the show over the years. Andrew Reynolds is on the show. Such a good show. I mean, dark and crass, but I mean.
And to continue
totally
the
worth it.
dark theme, pass the baton, Dr. Death on Peacock.
Oh,
so
we just
good.
had them on the show.
I know, so good with Christian Slater.
Yes.
Joshua. Anyway, okay, are we out of time? Oh, do we have time for one more?
We have time for one
Okay, go
more.
ahead.
No, it's your turn.
Is it my turn? I'm gonna go for.
It's hard because they're like, it's humid out here. Nice.
Okay, the question is, what did you want to be when you quote unquote grew up?
It's your question.
This.
Really?
5th grade career day. I have a sheet of yellow construction paper, helmet hair, hoop earrings, and I had little squiggly lines. 5th grade. Thank you, Mrs. James.
I remember preschool, we did, you know, what do you want to be when you grow up, and you had to dress up like it. So I brought a curling iron in with me because I really wanted to, you know, be a hairstylist.
Oh, there you go.
So,
well, you still have some kind of curls.
Yeah, but I didn't do them.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
Thank you, Kim.
Good question.
Thanks, guys.
Hi, Today All Day. It's October and fall is in full swing. We've got a great show for you on this Friday morning. Let's kick it off with the latest pop culture news we need to know. Take a look.
It's a real special day around here. Kristen Welker, our Weekend Today co-anchor, chief White House correspondent, and really just great friend, is ready to come back to work after her maternity leave.
Yeah, Kristen and her husband, John Hughes, have spent a few months bonding with their beautiful baby girl, Margot Lane Welker Hughes, and we're going to chat with all of them in a moment.
gosh, Margot. Stop.
Hello, cutie. But first, their inspiring journey to parenthood.
We are thrilled to announce that Margot Lane Welker Hughes was born early Saturday morning via surrogate.
It was the news we'd all been waiting for.
The moment I looked at her, we were just so deeply in love, and she looked back at me, and it was just the most incredible moment of my life.
It's been nearly 4 months of sleepless nights, too many diapers to count, and endless joy. Moments that Kristen Welker and her husband, John Hughes, do not take for granted.
John and I have struggled with infertility for years. And we're so excited to be able to announce that we, with the help of a surrogate, are expecting a baby girl.
Kristen, wow.
Back in April here on Today, Kristen and John shared their excitement and also the heartache they faced on their path to parenthood.
After 2 years of trying to carry my own baby, and after having consulted with 4 different doctors, they all agreed that I wasn't going to be able to carry a child. It was probably the lowest moment and realization that I've ever had.
They considered a number of options and ultimately decided to move forward with the help of a surrogate.
Our surrogate has been amazing. For her, this was about giving something to us that she felt a deep connection to.
Last fall, Kristen and John learned that their baby girl was on her way.
Hi, sweet little girl.
Since her birth in June, baby Margot has spent a lot of quality time with her parents, sharing new adventures, many milestones, and lots of love and laughter. Oh, we can't take it. Kristen, John, and most of all, baby Margot. Good morning.
Hey, guys.
Good morning. It's so great to see you guys. Thank you for having us.
I don't know if
We're
we have any
excited to be
questions. We just
here.
want to say,
Yeah.
oh, man.
Just watch Margot.
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
We are doing great. We're doing so great. The last few months have really been, I think, the best of our whole lives. And we are just so in love with Margot. She is the love of our lives. And every day is a new adventure. And just watching the world through her eyes is the greatest gift and joy and blessing. So we're just doing so great.
Well, you've imagined motherhood for a long time. I know you've dreamt about it, and now it's here. So how do your dreams compare with what it's really like?
You know, Hoda, the funny thing is I spent so many years thinking about, dreaming about motherhood, struggling, fighting for this moment, and motherhood was even more amazing and is even more amazing than I could have ever imagined. And I think one of the things that just blows my mind every day is that I literally miss her when I'm not in the same room with her. And so that applies to those late nights. And when I do finally get her to sleep and everything is peaceful, I go in just to take a peek at her and just to visit with her a little bit longer. And John says, don't wake her up. Whatever you do, don't wake her up. But it's the most amazing, wonderful experience.
Hey, John, first time dad. What's it been like? What's it been like for you so far?
Well, it's been a really wonderful experience. You know, it's completely changed everything. All the routines are out the window, but at the center of our lives now, we have this bubbly, talkative, you know, really spunky little bundle of joy. So we couldn't be happier. She's been a true blessing.
Nothing better than a Friday edition of
Uncle Al, sell it.
Pop Stars.
I'm sorry, breaking. I'm just getting this now.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Okay. We're just hearing word now that beautiful baby Margot Lane Welker Hughes has just pooped.
All right. Thank you very much.
That's your update.
Thank you. Thank you.
She made a duty.
Thank you. Okay. Now it's your duty to continue.
And John's on it. There you go. First up, Super Bowl 56. Sure, football season may have just started. Sure, the Raiders are 3-0, but we're already looking ahead to the Super Bowl in Los Angeles. That halftime show is going to be awesome in February. The big game is here on NBC, and we now know the amazing halftime lineup of performers. They are Snoop Dogg, Mary J. Blige, Dr. Dre, Eminem, and Kendrick Lamar. They will all be headlining the Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. All right, next up on pop star Mick Jagger as the Rolling Stones continue their cross-country no-filter tour. They're also taking some time to stop and enjoy the local hotspots of cities that they're playing in. So Mick posting this photo on Instagram, writing, out and about last night in Charlotte. Now you're probably thinking he's there at this bar surrounded by security guards and the guards are keeping back fans who want to take selfies and all of that, but no. It actually looks like no one noticed that Mick Jagger, the legend, was standing right there. Fellow bar patrons completely oblivious to the Rolling Stones frontman enjoying a beer at the counter.
Gosh,
and of course, fans online couldn't believe it either. A couple of comments. Imagine running into Mick Jagger at a dive bar. Another writing, looks like you're just waiting on a friend. So the moral of the story is if the Stones are playing in a town near you, keep your eyes peeled at your local dives. Seth Meyers' show last night and shared some of the interesting reactions that he's received since announcing that he and his wife Scarlett Johansson have named their new son Cosmo, particularly how the name seemed to have confused his mom.
It is a unique name. How did your family react?
My family is very supportive always. My mom, I would say, was slightly thrown by it and didn't quite understand it. I don't know if she thought it was kind of like a hippie thing. She would call us and say, you know, like after 3 or 4 days, she'd be like, Cosmo. She'd be like, and now is it final? Like, did you submit the birth certificate? And we're like, oh yeah, we did that at the hospital.
That's mom speak for I don't like it. Yeah.
Maybe it's a Seinfeld reference.
Yeah.
Right. That's right, Cosmo Cream.
Oh, right.
Cosmo
Coming up next on Today Talks, we check in with the third hour to hear some laugh out loud tidbits. You don't want to miss this. Stay with us.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse
False
is
narrative
racism.
of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, the gang dishes on all the latest. And as usual, they're not holding back. Check it out.
This morning, we're catching up with a Hollywood superstar, actor and model Elizabeth Hurley. She played a wide range of on-screen characters, such as the Queen, during 4 seasons of The Royals on E!
But one of her most significant roles is global ambassador to the Estee Lauder Company's breast cancer campaign, for which she's a paid spokesperson.
And she is joining us this morning to mark the beginning of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Elizabeth, good morning. So good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, you look radiant. It's great to have you with us. And interestingly enough, in a way, this is one of the longest roles of your life because you've been on this campaign since 1995. But yet, breast cancer has become the most commonly diagnosed cancer worldwide, which in a sense is a double-edged sword. We're diagnosing more of it, but yet we're seeing more of it.
Well, that's very true. And I think in the 26 years that I've been working on this campaign, whilst we have seen enormous progress in diagnosis and in treatments, the fact remains that women are still dying, even though many less women are dying now than they were in the late 80s. Our mortality is actually down 41%. But there is, of course, more diagnosis and women are still dying, which is why, our mantra still is it's time to end breast cancer. And, we're not planning to stop until we've raised enough funds and enough awareness that breast cancer is a thing of the past.
Elizabeth, I can speak on this because I feel like sometimes there is a reluctance to go get screened. Like you don't want to know, you think you're fine, you feel fine. And during COVID, certainly a lot of people put off their mammograms and their health screenings. What do you say to encourage women to really go out there and get this screening and do it because it can save your life?
Well, last year, as you know, it was actually quite difficult for some women to actually attend their appointments. And so we were really advocating self-check. I put this on my Instagram last October, and two girlfriends of mine, both in their late 30s, both saw my post. They both self-checked. They both found their own lumps. Oh. They both went to the doctor. They were both diagnosed with breast cancer. They'd found it early. They wouldn't have self-checked had they not seen that Instagram post, which I did on the behalf, of course, of the Estée Lauder Company's breast cancer campaign. So just from hearing from those two women, and of course, thousands of women checked, those happen to be two friends of mine. But to me, that just says it all. You have to self-check. You have to. And you have to go to the doctor if you find anything which is alarming.
Yeah, and the campaign was created in 1992 and led by Evelyn Lauder. And I know that she gave you a special gift, probably the most important gift for your 40th birthday. Tell us about that.
She did. Evelyn gave me my very first mammogram, and she made me promise that every single year I would have one, which I've done quite a few years now. And that was a promise I made to her because, to her, breast health and trying to save the world from breast cancer was her mission. And my goodness, she made just the most enormous difference with her Breast Cancer Research Foundation and, of course, our campaign. And I do that in memory of her. And, I would implore people, it was particularly hard, I think, during the pandemic for people to find time for themselves in a way and to think about something which wasn't COVID. But, our message today is the same. COVID doesn't stop breast cancer. And you have to put yourselves first. You have to self-check. You have to have regular mammograms. And you have to go to your doctor.
You mentioned you do this in memory of Evelyn Lauder, and I know your grandmother, Ina, years ago passed from breast cancer, and I'm sure that she's very close to you, too, as you do this work.
I think so. She died just before this campaign started. She died in a world without a pink ribbon. And, I think it would have been very different for someone like her had we known what we know now, had she been able to talk about breast cancer, which she didn't, had we known which treatment she was having, which we didn't, because breast cancer wasn't talked about then. It is now. So now, I really hope that, I kind of think of it as like the dark ages of breast cancer. And now, things are different. The landscape is different. We know so much more. And we're able to talk out and say to women, put yourselves first, keep checking.
And how much would she love the work that you're doing? Let's switch gears. On a lighter note, you and your 19-year-old son, Damien, who follows in your footsteps, he's also a model. You actually walked a fashion show in Milan recently. Talk to us about that. What was it like?
Well, I think that it was the very first fashion show we'd ever attended together. It was a very funny show because it was a combination of Versace and Fendi. Ooh. Therefore, it was called Fendace. So we went to the Fendace show, and you know what? It was absolutely great. I hadn't been to a fashion show in Milan for I mean, more than 10 years.
Oh, wow.
So it was great. I saw old faces, old friends I hadn't seen for a long time. I remembered that I'd known Donatella for 27 years, ever since they first made that safety pin dress for me. And it was actually after staying home pretty much for 18 months, apart from filming, I hadn't really left the house. And it was great. It was really great. And my son loved it.
Oh my gosh, just like that dress.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that safety pin dress has its own Wikipedia page.
Wow.
It deserves it.
Well, we get the point. Elizabeth Hurley, thank you so much. Always great to see you. We really appreciate you stopping by. In fact, Elizabeth has penned an article about how she was inspired to become an advocate, due in part to her grandmother's breast cancer journey. You can read it at today.com/parents.
So fun to speak to her. I know, incredible and so important.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, it's a real feel-good Friday. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
Is in fact the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, we made it through the week, and we're going to leave you smiling as we head into the weekend. Check it out.
October 1st does kick off Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And all morning, we've been painting the town pink here on Today.
Yeah, and 1 in 8 women in the United States will be diagnosed with breast cancer in her lifetime.
Yeah. I think for a lot of people who get that diagnosis, and it's so funny because when Breast Cancer Awareness Month rolls around, you remember, you're like, oh my gosh, I remember that feeling of it happening when I was diagnosed many years ago. And I remembered thinking, like, how am I ever going to get through this? How am I ever going to be free of this? How am I ever going to get through the weeds?
And you are.
And I used to look for people who were through it on the other side, and you're like, you, like, and there's something about watching someone who's been through it. That's why all those breast cancer run walks and things are empowering, because you're like, that's what happens when it's.
I know. Do you know what's so interesting is somebody just asked me about you, and they said, well, she's a breast cancer survivor, and I almost was like, yes, she is, but she's so many other things too. I was like, she is, but she's really not defined by that. She's a mom, she's a girlfriend, she's a friend, she's a daughter. Like, that's one part of who you are, but it doesn't define you.
It's so funny because I think for everybody, some people have things that shape them and things that define them.
Yeah.
And I think if you say, like, who are you, and how you answer that question, some people would say, even after 10 years, I'm a breast cancer survivor, or some people may say, I'm a mother, or I'm a daughter, or whatever, however they see themselves. But I think certain things shape you and certain things define you.
And it shaped you,
It shaped me, it shaped me.
It's so awesome.
Okay, it's Meme Friday, so it's another edition of our weekly series.
A little meme time.
All right, so what we do is we post weird photos and you guys put your captions on them. They're all bad. Okay, I mean, the photos are bad. Your captions are funny.
No, your captions are good.
Your captions are amazing.
Are good. Us in those pictures are embarrassing.
Terrible.
Okay, so here's the picture.
Oh, God. Shave your armpits. That should be what Did someone write that?
Mine would be 2 thumbs up with a question mark. Okay, well, Jennifer Bloom actually wrote, moms in the audience at the elementary school concert.
That's right. You nailed it. Okay, Nikki Weisner sent out, our wine shipment just arrived.
Yes,
Good.
although you don't even drink wine anymore. Should we break that news here today?
Well, tequila is better.
She doesn't drink wine. For years, there were those wine glasses. That was all a ruse.
Well, it wasn't a ruse. I mean, Kath is very convincing.
True that. Okay, Dina Ann actually said, when your friend asks who's up for day drinking.
See? Some things never go away, thank God. All right, Adrian Kelly went with, when you sit next to Brad Pitt at the U.S. Open.
That is probably what I looked like, but underneath my arms, if you zoomed in, there'd be huge pit stains, nervous sweat. Aaron Kahn wrote, moms everywhere on the first day of school.
And Kate Rain suggested, when you realize they were waving at the person behind you.
That's so good, because haven't you ever been that person that's like, hey, hi, it's me.
And you slink off.
Okay, finally, our own staffer, somebody we love, Ben Bass, sent in, when you see your best friend walk up to their crush at a party.
You got it. If you want to join in on the fun, follow us on social media, hodaandjenna.com, and maybe you'll see your memes on the show.
I like their comments. They're so much better than the pictures. Okay, not only is it the first day of October, but another big day on the calendar. It's World Smile Day.
And you know what makes us smile? She's so fun. Comedian Amber Ruffin. She hosts Peacock's The Amber Ruffin Show. Amber, wait, I saw you on Kelly Clarkson. Are you doing? You're very busy and important.
I'm a busy lady. I only came here because it's time to smile.
Oh, okay.
Smile.
Yeah, what makes you smile?
Okay, thank you for asking. You know what makes me smile?
What?
Fall.
Oh, really? Why?
Going for a nice autumn walk and drinking a hot apple cider. That makes me smile.
Beautiful.
While I'm wearing my oversized turtleneck. When I'm in that big old wool turtleneck, I think it's fall. It's time to gain weight. 20 more pounds and no one will be the wiser, and that makes me smile.
It's true.
Oh, that feels
Except for
so
the
good.
issue is we all did that during COVID, so it's not 20 pounds, it's like 40.
It's an additional large amount of pounds.
Additional.
It's an additional 2 sizes.
Wow.
You know,
What else makes you? What else?
I
makes
also
you
like
smile?
shopping for fall clothes. That makes me smile because I start looking for the perfect pair of brown boots on the first day of fall, and I do not find them until the last day of winter. I spend the entire fall in black boots with no brown.
No.
Why is it hard to find a brown boot? Tell us.
I don't know. I want them to be tall. They have to be perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tall, comfortable, the whole. Okay, who else is on your list?
Oh, thank you for asking. Billy Porter. Billy Porter's outfits make me smile. I truly love him so bad. Okay, look at this outfit from the
going on? Tell
Elizabeth
us.
Taylor Ball to End AIDS. It's beautiful. He looks like he is the king of ribbons, and I am obsessed. And look at this one from the Global Citizen Festival this past weekend.
Yeah.
He looks like he is a sweet baby bird.
He is so
It makes
sweet.
me smile, and it
Yeah.
also makes me think, could he go full bird? Well, watch out, because he definitely did.
What?
Oh, yeah. Look
He
at
went
that
full bird at
wingspan.
this year's Emmys.
Yeah, he looked great.
Oh, he makes me smile. He looks like a beautiful raven who swooped down from above just to make us smile. And here he is, a vision in maroon. Look at him. And these aren't even all of his looks from this month.
No.
I know, he really does. Can you imagine, like, dressing that great for everything?
He really handles fashion the way we all should. Everyone should be having that much fun.
I know, he
Every
does
time
have
they
a
leave
lot.
the house.
But we can't. Will you help us dress?
Yes.
Because we can't look like that.
I can't even find brown boots.
All right, what's last on your list?
What's last on my list is what should have been the first. It's ice cream. Ice cream has made me smile my whole life. I'm lactose intolerant, and I don't give a rip.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I love ice cream, and I will eat it until it kills me, which is what it feels like it's trying to do.
Okay, well then you know what? Since
we
you
want
said
to make
so.
you smile, Jerry. Will you bring out some ice cream for our lactose intolerant friends?
Are these good for Amber?
No, she don't give a rip.
I'm eating it.
Rip is the word.
And by
Here
the way,
you go.
I didn't want to say that.
You
but
know, Hoda's also lactose
I don't
intolerant.
care.
Y'all are
Let's get
sisters in the
Let's
lactose.
take a bite.
Okay.
It's not going to kill us.
No, not going to kill me.
I think this is definitely. How is it?
this is
Worth it.
perfect.
Thank
It's
you,
ice cream.
Jerry.
It's always perfect.
Thank you, Jared.
I'm
It's
going
a
to test
Sunday.
my Really the boundaries of my marriage.
You sure are.
All right, thank you.
Season 2 of the Amber Ruffin Show. It starts streaming next Friday, October 8th, with new episodes dropping every Friday on Peacock.
Thank you, honey.
You're
Good seeing you.
Today Talks continues after the break. You don't want to miss it.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are still talking about Tuna Fish. We are. But it's time for another Consumer Confidential, all about what to buy and what to hold off on this month.
Our investigative and consumer correspondent, Vicki Winch, has got the latest on deals, shortages, more. So let's start with the headlines here, from worker shortages, cargo ships. We keep hearing about these supply chain issues. How is that affecting retailers? How is that affecting products?
Yeah, so before we get to what to buy and when, we got to talk about kind of the backdrop, which is this pandemic. And everything we're seeing right now is such a reminder of how globally we are connected by our economies as well. For example, what's happening in Vietnam right now is what happened to us a year and a half ago in the States. Lockdowns, high cases of COVID. Well, Vietnam makes a ton of sneakers, apparel, consumer goods. So when there are worker shortages there, factories are shut down, we see the results here. Nike, Adidas, toy maker Hasbro, they've all acknowledged to CNBC they're dealing with higher freight costs. Demand is up for all of these things, but it's getting them here in a timely fashion and at a cheaper cost. Target and Walmart are going so far as to chartering their own freight services to try to rein in the cost. But we're going to expect to see these issues for the next several months and certainly through the holiday period.
Right, and the trick to it is if you want something now, you should buy it because, right? Is that for everything? Because you don't know if it's going to be available closer to the holiday.
Yes, if you can, you absolutely want to buy things. And when it comes to consumer goods, household goods, the number one thing we want people to do is to not hoard, because that creates even bigger problems for everyone else. So the advice here is buy what you need right now and maybe a little bit extra if it is on sale, but don't stockpile the way that people did during the pandemic. There is enough. It's just taking a little longer to get to stores. You're also seeing chains like Costco just last week saying, we're going to put limits on water bottles and paper towels and toilet paper just to help everyone get what they need, because it's available if we don't hoard.
People get so much.
Yes.
By the way, I just throw this out. Get a vacuum sealer. It's the greatest thing going.
Oh, to keep the food fresh?
Keep your food fresh. And you can buy in bulk and save. Anyway, Deborah hates it because it makes so much noise. Halloween is coming up, but it's right now the beginning of October. So I would think now's the best time to buy your candy and your costumes.
Now is the best time to buy if you're looking for a complete selection and choice.
Yes.
At the end of the month, even on Halloween itself, which falls on a Sunday this year, that's the best time to buy if you want a deal. If you want to go even further, we have been known to do this in our house. If there's an expensive costume you're looking for the kids, if you can estimate how big they're going to be next year, you buy it the day after Halloween, and that's going to be the cheapest. But of course, DIY is the best thing to do if you can do that. That is, I think, my second daughter, Odessa. We squeezed 2 out of 3 kids into this costume. My husband made this. So you know what?
What?
I made his best.
Wow.
With foam and a glue gun, and then on the left there, that's just cardboard and felt for the butterfly. We used some fairy wings that we had at home.
Funny.
On the right, that donut, more felt. It's about 30 pounds, though, that costume, by the time you put all the stuffing in it. But you know what? Your
He
kid's
is
not gonna have-
amazing.
Yeah.
He is pretty good.
Beautiful
I got it.
family.
Major props to him.
And you know I love a deal, but now a lot of these stores are doing their deals earlier this year, right? Starting soon.
This is really interesting. shopping. So Amazon just announced and confirmed to CNBC it's having this beauty hall event. Starts on October 4th, goes through the 25th. They're trying to capitalize, Jill, on all the
December
beauty products.
25th.
October. Yeah, it's just in October. They're going to do men's grooming kits, winter skincare, fragrance, major deals because everyone turned to online shopping to get their beauty products. Target, this is my favorite thing. So October 10th to the 12th, they're doing deal days. But they're also doing something else to encourage you to shop earlier. If anything you buy between October 12th and December 24th, right?
Yeah.
You get it. Let's say it goes on sale. There's a price drop. You're so annoyed because you got it because you needed it.
Sure.
But then now it's way cheaper.
Right.
Target's going to match the price.
All right.
So that is good to know.
Real quickly, what should we avoid buying in October?
Cookware and appliances. When November hits and everyone gets in the mood to cook, except for Jill when she makes her tuna dip/sandwich, that's when cookware and appliances are going to go on sale. So you want to wait for November, and same with the electronics. Wait for Black Friday. You two, too much. As Jill said, she supports you in everything you do.
No, I didn't say anything. Jill just shut me down.
Well, I'm so excited because Vicky's going to stay around for the rest
He's
of
going
the
to
show.
stick around.
Guys, thanks for doing this. Great
Thank
to see
you.
you.
We're happy. Good to see you.
Told you I just got caught up last night. I'm through episode 4.
Yes.
So much fun. I'm watching it not only with my wife, but 14 and 12-year-old.
Wow.
So, Steve, take me back to the sort of genesis of this show, the idea for it, where it came from, and at what point Marty enters the picture.
Well, it's very hard for me to remember when I had this idea, but it was at least 10 years ago. And it actually started, because it's lengthy, I'm going to tell the whole story. I was at a party with a very good friend of ours, Sandy Gallen. And Sandy Gallen was a great guy.
Fabulous guy.
We both knew him. And he was a manager. He represented Dolly Parton and Frank Sinatra.
No, he represented Dolly, Whoopi, Cher, and Neil
Armstrong?
Diamond.
Yeah, you know,
Neil
this
Diamond.
is what I contend with, is this kind of memory. It's unbelievable. What day did we meet?
We met July 14th, 1985.
Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. It's unbelievable.
I do have. I thought I might
So
have
anyway.
Oh no! I'll do one joke, and then we go back to your part, and we can snip.
Okay.
I thought I had H. Sam. Do you know what that is?
Oh, right. Where
you can remember
Mary
every
Lou
date in
Henner.
detail.
Yeah.
Right. And I said to someone, I think I have H. Sam, like Mary Lou. I couldn't remember Henner, so I knew I didn't have it. Go ahead.
So I'm at a party at his house. We love this guy. He was great. In fact, he suggested, I was writing songs at the time, and I played one of the songs. He said, Dolly Parton should record that.
Wow.
And he called her, and she said yes.
Yeah.
And Dolly Parton recorded one of my songs.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And so anyway, so I'm at a party at his house, and we really like the guy. And there's 3 older Broadway actors there. And Sandy came up to me and he said, you know what? He said, you ought to write something for them. And I thought, that's actually a good idea. And so I started thinking about it and came up with this idea of 3 old guys but this is 10 years ago, remember, who live in a building and they like true crime, and they decide that they would like to solve some crimes, but because they're older and tired, they would only solve murders in the building. They're not going to go downtown. So that's where it came from. And then, one day I'm telling Marty the idea, and he liked it, and he said, you know what? I said, what? He said, we're old. So that's how we thought, okay, well, maybe we can do this thing.
And is that how you remember it? Was Marty, did you have him in mind when you were thinking through this?
No, I had nobody.
At all?
No, I had
Okay.
these 3 actors in mind.
Okay.
And then it just sort of drifted, you don't get, you just think about how much work it is and everything. And so they asked me when I pitched it to Dan Fogelman, and he said, would you do it? Be in it? And I wasn't thinking of being in it at all. And I thought, well, I'll do it if Marty does it. And then he signed up immediately, and there we were. And then somebody had the brilliant idea to bring in Selena Gomez.
Well, that is really, I talked about my 14-year-old daughter. That's where the interest is peaked.
Yeah, no.
We love you guys. And my daughter says, Selena Gomez is in it? And boom, now she's
And by the way, it's such a perfect, unexpected match.
Yeah.
It's like there's us doing our thing. And then when the camera comes to her, it's like it rests on her face and her thinking and her internal acting. It's beautiful for for the triangle of performances.
There is some, to anybody who lives in New York, there's a real familiarity to the building. It's sort of the Apthorpe and the Ansonia and all those kind of mashed together. And something that happens in New York where people live in a building together, but they don't really know each other, and the person right on the other side of your wall, maybe you've never met.
Right.
And here comes this event, in the case of your show, that brings them all together.
Right.
And it's because they're all these true crime podcast freaks.
And it's such a great
together.
vehicle because the greatest actors in the world live in either Los Angeles or New York. There are great actors throughout, but the amount of every time you cast any smaller role or big role in this series, every actor is like, why isn't he a massive star? Or she
In
a
the
massive
city,
star?
I mean. Yeah,
in the
'cause
city,
yeah.
yeah.
It's filled with actors.
It's amazing.
Good actors. We've got great, we've got Jane Lynch, Tina Fey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sting.
I didn't know if we went
Nathan
to
Nathan
Lane.
Lane.
How about Nathan Lane?
It's
It was
incredible.
Amy
We were
Ryan.
in awe of Nathan Lane. We would have scenes with him, and we weren't acting. We'd just stare at him. It's like, Nathan Lane is so unbelievable. Then your line would come up, and you go, "Oh, Nathan." I mean.
So when the idea for Selena Gomez comes through, you two guys, I suspect, are not terribly familiar with her music, unless you want to surprise me with that.
No, I would, yes.
So what did you think when you heard that name?
Well, I thought it was kind of a brilliant idea because right away it seemed all generations brought in.
Instantly, I thought it was a good idea.
Yeah.
And I never heard any other name besides Selena's.
That's true.
Yeah.
There was no other name.
I know they probably have lists. You know, it was always with a list.
But when it got to us, it was only Selena.
Yeah. And we thought, would she do it? And then we had one of those Zoom readings. And that wasn't an audition. She was hired. And we hung up, and Marty and I called each other, and we said, she's fantastic.
Yeah.
She's got this slight, people are picking up a slight kind of a New York accent. I don't know if she's doing it or that's her or what. She's from Texas, so probably not.
Yeah, but she's got that. In a later episode, at one point, Steve says to her, "I want you to be less mean," and she just looks at him and says, "I know you do."
By the way, that was already been on.
Oh, has that been on?
Yes.
Was
Yes.
that before show? Oh,
Yes.
okay, good.
Yes.
All right.
You should watch the show or read the scripts.
No, I don't want to. I got other fish to fry.
She also has, I think on the show, but also when I watch you guys do press together, she has sort of a charming eye roll at the two of you.
Absolutely.
Generally
Yeah.
speaking, like, here they go again kind of thing.
It's surprising. First of all, people say, is there a generation gap? And I say, well, of course.
Yeah.
You know, it's what you want. I don't want to be up and talk the lingo of a 29-year-old.
No.
You know, so there is that. But I'm always surprised.
Just using the word lingo kind of covers that idea.
I'm always surprised at what she's shocked at us by. Because it's always something, I'm like, really, you're shocked at that? And it's kind of a fun shock. He goes, oh, you know, like we just said something shocking. And, you know, she outshocked us by, 10 million.
So it raises the obvious question, do either or both of you listen in real life to these crime podcasts? Because you play it well.
I do not.
Not
I
at
do.
all.
No.
I do. And I've listened to a lot of crime podcasts and watched a lot of true crime shows. And I think, I know what you're saying, that guy's sick. Well, that means the rest of the nation is sick too.
Yes.
But I like the solving part. I find that I like the scientific solving and clues and tracking down and CCTV. In fact, even now, because of this show and watching these shows, I'm always thinking, just walking around my life, thinking, what's my alibi? If something were to happen right now, could I prove I was in my car? Yes, I've got the GPS and there's a CCTV camera and I wave at it.
Well, there's
and then
enough
I also.
What is your crime that you're afraid of?
I don't know. It could be anything.
Are you planning anything?
No, I'm
No,
not planning
no.
anything. No, it's some other crime, like, God forbid. But I could always prove I'd be the first suspect. I would be.
Oh,
I'd be
absolutely.
the first suspect. And then replay, my eye rolls at you on television when you do, some joke that doesn't work, which is often.
So Steve, do you watch Dateline and those kind of shows?
Yeah.
Are you that deep into it? Mm-hmm. So you're really in it.
Why don't you read the news or something?
I do read the
current?
news.
Oh.
Yeah.
So are you principally objected to the crime podcast or just not interested?
I just feel that there's so much despair around that I just don't want to hear about another person's murder.
And first of all, why should you research a movie you're working on?
Oh, that would only get in the way.
You like going in blind.
I am playing a director. I know the theater.
Yeah, okay.
I've been on Broadway.
Yes, you have.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The reception to the show has been overwhelmingly great. I mean,
Yes.
if you read the reviews and just word
We are
on the street.
100% on Rotten
Oh,
Tomatoes.
now you've ruined it.
Oh, really?
Oh, because now someone's going to go, oh, really? I'll show them.
Well, so what?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Takes you down into double digits.
No, we are, honestly, we've had a long career in show business, but a hit is fantastic because, they're rare. A real hit is a very, very rare thing. As long as you've been in show business, it's not like everything you put out is a hit. And so it's, especially at this point in my life,
No, I remember seeing The Tonight Show once with Johnny, and Tony Randall was on. And Johnny said, it was like the 70s, and he was doing The Odd Couple, and it was now a hit. And he said, how long do you think you'll stay with the show? And Tony said, that's the dumbest question I've ever heard. I'll stay with it as long as it is a hit, because hits are rare.
Yeah.
And it's true.
Do you guys, this part of working together, okay, we've talked about the show, but how much fun is it for two buddies who've known each other for 35 years to kind of hit the road together and promote and
Totally fun.
I wouldn't do it any other way, honestly. I tour with the band, but we have good camaraderie too. Sometimes we do that. But basically, I wouldn't do it.
No, I think the only thing you can really control in a work situation is the hang. In show business, you can have the greatest experience making a movie, and then it bombs and the critics hate it. So the only thing that you can control is, do you have fun while doing it? And Steve and I, we do live shows together, but we also have a great dinner the night before, and we have great glasses of wine afterwards and discuss it with the band. That's the fun of it.
And you've been doing it, as I said, for 35 years since you met doing The Three Amigos.
Well, people ask me, they say, what's your favorite movie that you ever made? And I say, well, I don't know, because here's why. There are three things to a movie. How much fun you had doing it, was it a hit, and is it any good?
Right.
And when those things land together, it's fantastic. But sometimes you can love a movie just because you had such a great time making it.
Right. And was that the case with Three Amigos? Was it instant for you two guys?
It was not an instant hit.
No, I know, but this relationship, because it feels like...
Yeah, no, we got along instantly.
Instantly, all three of us did. And again, you make a movie or you're on location for months, and sometimes you never see those people again. So you make a conscientious effort. I think I'll keep up with that guy. And it was mutual. And
also, we got lucky because we did other movies together. Father of the Bride, 1 and 2.
That's true. Prince of Egypt.
Prince of Egypt. But we were already friends by then. But I'd say Father of the Brides really put us in a comedy frame of mind, to be friends.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I didn't realize, I guess I should have known this, Marty, that Three Amigos was your first movie. Because
Yes.
we'd known you on SNL and you were
First movie.
in the bloodstream. So that was your first movie. So what was it like to walk in with Steve Martin, who's already Steve Martin, and Chevy Chase, who's already Chevy Chase?
Well, it was a little bit intimidating, but they were very nice to me. They're very, we had to play three close friends. So I had to, the first couple of weeks, do an impersonation of someone really relaxed. But they made it very easy. We immediately bonded through laughter and Scrabble. And before you knew it, you felt at ease and like this is a great thing to be doing.
And the legend has it your first conversation, or maybe one of the first, when you came to the house to get the script, was a dig at Steve, and so the relationship was set forever.
Yes.
Do you want to tell him the dig?
Yes, I went to Steve's house to pick up a script for Three Amigos. He wrote it with Lorne Michaels and Randy Newman. And I walked into Steve's house and his old house in Beverly Hills, and I looked around and there was a Picasso and there was a Hopper. And I said, how did you get this rich? Because I've seen your work. And you said?
Toward the end of the meeting, I said, it was great meeting you. I expected more charisma. But anyway.
But it was kind of the natural instinct. And it was overwhelming to see
And by
all
the way,
this
he
art.
really did say that.
Yeah.
And I kind of remember my reaction, which was like a kind of a curious side eye. Like, so is this, that's a daring thing to say to someone you've never met, and then you sort of like, am I going with this? Or am I? And it was just comedy. We love hanging out with comedians because I think there's a,
Thank God I wasn't from Ireland, or you would have said, have you ever thought of going to Europe?
yeah. So you're from, so your family goes back to Ireland. Uh-huh. I'd love to take on a trip to Europe.
But that seems to me that first moment formed the basis for the foundation, at least, for your friendship. If you watch your tour, if you watch the Netflix special, even the two of you acting in Only Murders in the Building.
I'm sure you have lifelong friends.
Oh, yeah.
And a big connection has been humor.
That's it.
I think it's...
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Absolutely.
But I would say, like, I'm guessing, you probably have friends in the business who do the same thing as you. Or do you have rapport with them?
Yeah.
Because you know what it is.
Absolutely.
And that's, we have that with comedians of all stripes.
Yeah. But there's also something about a person you're comfortable with enough that you can insult them constantly.
Oh, yeah.
That means you're
and
really close.
we're often asked, did we ever go too far? Do we ever have to apologize? And it's never.
You mentioned Father of the Bride when you guys did that in '91, 30-year anniversary coming up, by the way.
That's crazy.
Obviously a great movie, great script, great characters, but you never could have imagined how well it would do, and commercially.
And through time.
And yeah, and it's held
up.
up.
I always thought, I don't know what your question's going to be, I'll wait.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I've always thought this, we did a remake, and now they're doing another remake. And at the time, I thought, this movie, this subject will be remade through time, as the times change, because it's a universal subject, a father and his daughter, and getting married. I mean, what could be more fundamental? So I already knew they were headed for another remake, and probably another remake after that, because times change, but the core heart of it will always remain.
Well, it's also a
powerful.
perfect title.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
there are it's like First Wives Club. You knew that had to be a hit.
Right.
Perfect
right.
title.
And how did you shape and create Franck, one of the great characters in movie history?
Wow.
Well, you heard him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard it. I didn't want to hear it.
Yeah. Well, it was written that way that when they meet Franck, that Diane Keaton and Kimberly Williams, mother and daughter, would understand it, but Steve couldn't understand him. So it symbolized his isolation from the process. And so we just did a million takes, variations, and the director and producer were a little apprehensive about this idea too, because it was a sincere film, and this was this heightened character. But I kept thinking, as long as I didn't wink into the camera and say, "Aren't I funny?" we'd be fine. And then I went to a wedding after we stopped shooting. I won't tell you who, but I'll tell you later. And it was a big fancy wedding with a wedding planner, and he had his initials embroidered on his shoes. And I thought, we missed that.
Oh.
So, you can't, life is broader than any character.
Was it based on anything you'd seen?
No.
Just a kind of person?
Yeah.
Right. And Steve, what did you think when that movie exploded the way it did? I mean,
Here's what I thought. I thought, because I've watched movies come out, movies that I've done, and then there'll be like massive hits at Christmas or something like that, other people's films. And then when that came out and it opened just before Christmas, and it was doing so well and building, I thought, oh, it's my turn.
There you go.
you felt it was just justice, really.
Yeah, I really did. I was like, yeah.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
This might be an uncomfortable question for either of you to answer, but why do you both think this relationship works so well? Steve, what is it about Marty? Marty, what is it about Steve? There's definitely a yin and a yang thing that goes on here, but why do you think this has endured, this friendship and this professional partnership?
One thing I say is, first of all, we don't talk every day. It's not like 8 a.m. got to call Marty,
And even when we talk, I don't necessarily listen.
No, he puts the phone down.
Yeah.
And so there's that we have other lives. This is like a fun thing. We get along on a humor level. I don't know, and humor is very superficial. I mean, you can joke and we can joke and we can joke without ever getting to the core of anything. So it's just up here in fun. Like I said, I'd never say to Marty, "Are you okay?" Which a real friend would do. And
well, Well, no, you would if you really thought I was. But I think that we both, first of all, we work very similar. It's Lee.
Yeah.
We like a loosed, happy set, joking, all that, and it makes us better. So there's that. And then, why else are we friends?
I think it's a very hard thing to explain. It's like ask any friends, and they'd have a
He
hard
has
time.
more money, and that's a seductive thing.
And
He's
more
like,
money.
to me, like an older brother's older brother.
What do you think is so funny about Steve? Why is he so great as a comedian?
Oh my God! I mean.
Nothing.
No, I mean it's. You always feel self-conscious of the story, but in 1980, I didn't know Steve, and I'm watching the Grammys, and Steve comes out to present the best album of the year, and he's in tails, and a shirt, and studs, and no pants, boxer underwear, garters up to here, and he makes no acknowledgement of it. The audience is hysterical, and he starts reading the nominations, and by the third nominations, a little bald man comes out running with a pair of pants on a hanger. And Steve looks at him and says, "Well, it's about time." And then he puts the pants on and continues to read. And I thought, that is the most brilliant joke. I would pay $1 gillion if I could have done that joke. So, and I didn't even know him then. So I think his mind is hilarious and he's deeply kind. You know, I think if you were that talented but a bit of a jerk, there would be no relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there wouldn't be.
I find, first of all, we just have we're going to talk ourselves out of a friendship. That's what's going to happen. I can't believe you said that. No, we just have a kind of an ease. But in terms of his comedy, whenever I look at his old specials and things, I go, that's outrageous. I can't believe you're doing that. And the ears and the big head and all
By the way, it's
kinds-
my head, but thank you.
I know, yeah. No, you wear pieces.
No, I know, that's true.
And I find the characters are completely so big. Jackie Rogers Jr. is an
It's the crossed
albino
eyes.
pop star.
Yeah, an albino pop
that
star.
makes sense.
How about Jiminy? Jiminy, I mean, you've been
I've
interviewed by
done
Jiminy. Yeah.
I'm shocked that he gets away with it. I mean, it's so devastating to the person you're interviewing.
Yeah, but they were all generally
and
my
also,
friends.
But you're
and
playing an idiot, so.
No, I know. But when my favorite lines was to Mel Brooks when I said, "What's your big beef with the Nazis?" And he said, "What's my big beef? What's my big beef? I don't know. I think they're rude." So it worked out.
It's brilliant. Oh, it's so good. And do you have a favorite character of Steve's through the years?
Well, I play the same thing every time
he's
I've
done. Or a favorite special or moment that stuck with you?
I think Roxanne is my ultimate favorite. I mean, I love, the first 4 comedies, and I love it, but Roxanne seemed to combine it all and great, great acting. So I would say that's your high water mark.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I killed for you to hit that mark again.
Yeah, that's why I like Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah. No, remember, I once said to him, it was like the 90s, and I was at my cottage, and I said, all my 2 sons and all their friends are obsessed with the best of Steve Martin, SNL on DVD. And Steve went, "It's a resurgence."
I'm back.
I'm back. But it was with the weak, exhausted arm, too.
You've said, Marty, too, beyond the funny and all this connection, is that Steve was a great friend to you when Nancy passed away.
Right.
And that meant the world to you, to have somebody who you had so many laughs with be there.
He wrote a song in honor
moment.
of her.
Yeah.
A brilliant song, The Great
Yeah.
Remember.
What did that mean to you to have him at your
It
side?
meant, well, listen,
By the
Steve
way,
was...
everybody was,
Everyone
Marty
loved
has
Nancy,
a lot of
yes,
friends.
yeah. But of course it was magnificent to have those kind of friends
But,
in those tough situations.
I'm telling you, Marty has a lot of friends, and there's a lot of demand on his time because he gets, invited to parties and things because he's really fun at a party. And I've told this before, but I say if I'm hosting a dinner party and I'm going to invite, 3 or 4 couples, whatever, and I invite Marty, and somebody else, and then if Marty says, "I'm sorry, I can't come," I cancel the party.
Is that true?
Well, it's not really
Because what's
true,
the
but-
point?
Well, yeah.
Guys, thanks so much. Congratulations
Thank
on
you,
the
Willie.
show. It's a blast.
Thanks, man.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Yo, Today All Day, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama Dada has the cure to your midday munchies. She's going to whip up 4 easy snacks so you'll always be prepared when hunger strikes. First up, Sama making one of Hoda's favorite sweet treats, dates stuffed with almond butter that can be served hot or cold. Then she bakes up a simple, super maple almond granola. And finally, she's making popcorn that's spiced with garam masala. Say bye-bye to butter with a spicy snack.
I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. I cannot go a single day without snacking. Whether I'm at home or on the go, it is simply hashtag always snack time. Honestly, a world without snacking is simply not one I want to live in. So I cannot wait to show you 3 of my favorite weekly snack staples, my delicious stuffed dates, warm and frozen, my nutty maple granola, and my delicious masala popcorn. I love dates, and no, I'm not talking about the romantic kind, I'm talking about the medjool kind. They are my favorite sweet snack to eat throughout the day, and I'm going to show you how to make them 2 ways, warmed and stuffed and frozen and dipped in chocolate. Most dates come with pits, so I've actually already pitted these. I've got about 10 here, so I'm just going to now take them on a little journey to the microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds just to get them really nice and warm and juicy. Who needs a first date or a second date when you have 10 dates ready to be stuffed with almond butter? Warming the dates brings out their already naturally golden and caramel flavor, and then when you stuff them with almond butter, the heat actually allows the almond butter to melt so it gets really nice and gooey and delicious. I really already want to eat one right now. Okay, we're gonna start stuffing them. So I've got a creamy almond butter here. You can also use a crunchy almond butter. You can use a peanut butter, a cashew butter. If there are any nut butters that you're harboring in your pantry, this would be a great time to use them. I'm pretty generous here. I would say I use about a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons just because I like a lot of almond butter, but you can totally choose however amount works best for your life. Because we pitted the dates, it actually serves as a really nice pocket for the almond butter to just sit in, a little home, you know? It's like this date was meant for almond butter. You know what I mean? Right? Good form, I think. And I'm just gonna continue with the rest of my dates. So actually, Hoda saw this recipe on my Instagram and has now deemed it to be her favorite snack.
You take a date, and remember I told you the whole thing?
Yes.
You nuke it, you put in some dark chocolate and some
I thought
almond
you put-
butter.
yeah.
You know what I like? I like the melted chocolate in the peanut buttery nut butter thing with the salt.
So Hoda, if you're watching this, it's for you. You can kind of see how when I put the almond butter inside this little pocket, it starts to melt a little bit and looks so gooey. Oh, it's like a little river of almond butter that I want to swim in. It's a lucky date. I crack only myself up. So for this recipe and a lot of the other recipes I make using dates, you want to make sure you're buying the medjool kind. I'll just say this, okay? You have a first date with one of these dates. You will be having more. I can't with myself. Someone's got to hold me back for making another date joke because it will happen again. Okay, wait, this guy needs a little more almond butter. I'm so sorry I neglected you for a second. Okay. Okay, I am drowning in almond butter. All of my dates have been stuffed with the almond butter. They look really nice. They look ready to go out on a date. I need to stop. I'm done, I promise. Now that I'm done stuffing all of the dates, I'm just gonna top it with a little bit of sea salt, just to bring out that sweetness and balance everything out really nicely. I sometimes also like to use a salted almond butter too, and that's gonna really create that naturally salty sweet combination, which we love. All right, and there you have it. My favorite warm stuffed dates, my coffee companion, my favorite date.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In my opinion, you can never have enough dates, so I'm going to show you how to make another recipe using dates. They're frozen, stuffed with almond butter, and then dipped in chocolate. So we've got our dates already pitted, and now we're going to just go ahead and stuff them straight with almond butter. This should feel pretty familiar. Again, we're going to have the almond butter find a nice little home in this pocket that we've created by pitting the dates. And remember, we are going to be submerging these in chocolate, so we want to make sure that we don't overfill it with almond butter so that it gets a bit messy, even though we love a bit of messy chocolate. So sometimes when I look at my freezer and I'm like, where did all of the ice cream go? I make these instead. They're also super quick to pull together and use mostly what you have in the pantry. And if you're not keeping dates in your pantry now, take this as your sign to start. If you have a nut allergy, you can even use a tahini or a sunflower seed butter as well. And then when you're done freezing them, they seriously taste like a candy bar. I know you think I'm crazy, but they do, I promise. I eat them for dessert. I eat them as a snack during the day. There's so many things you can do with them. They really are the perfect date. Dates are the perfect date. They are. I'm sorry. And now for my chocolate. All I'm gonna do is melt it in the microwave with a little bit of coconut oil. This is gonna help it get nice and smooth and glossy. We're gonna do this in 10 to 15 second increments, and we're gonna keep stirring throughout so it gets really nice and smooth. Put that straight in there. Got my spoon at the ready for stirring, and now I'm gonna head to the microwave. Go back in the microwave. Now it is time to take our dates for a little swim in chocolate. I think they're excited about this, I'm not sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab a date, just drop it straight into the chocolate. Don't worry, it likes this. Roll it around so that the entire date is coated. Make sure you get that residual chocolate to kind of drip off the sides of the spoon like this. And now we're just gonna place it back onto our parchment paper. And now we're going to chocolate swim and repeat. This is like a very luxurious bath, I have to say, for the dates. Because we've stuffed these dates with almond butter, we wanna make sure we're rolling it in the chocolate a little bit gently, just so that the almond butter doesn't come out. It's okay if you get a little messy here. It's part of the game. It's part of the date. No, that wasn't good. Serve this to your next date. That was better, that was good, that was good. Will I ever stop making date jokes after this? No. Don't expect me to stop. No, it's not gonna happen. It's part of my brand now. One final date. Now, just for good measure, I'm gonna add a little drizzle of chocolate on top. It's gonna make it look really pretty. I don't believe in less is more when it comes to chocolate. I think we always need more chocolate. If you don't like chocolate, I wanna understand you. Please drop me a line. But also, if you don't like chocolate, that's fine. Like, it's totally okay. But I still wanna understand you. Okay. Now I'm just gonna top them with a little flaky sea salt. This is really gonna bring out that sweetness, balance out the chocolate. It is the perfect combination. I'm using a flaky sea salt as well, so it looks really pretty and a little fancy. Okay, we're salted. And now we're ready for the freezer. Can we take a moment? Look at how cute they look. These dates are ready for their date. Gotta stop making date jokes. Okay. These are honestly so good because of the chocolate, because of the almond butter, and that little flaky sea salt. They seriously taste like a candy bar. America's favorite candy bar. You know what I'm talking about. Plating my hot dates with my frozen dates. We're going on a lot of dates today. They honestly look so good. I love them. You know what? I need to take a picture of these to send to Hoda. I know this is her favorite snack. She's gonna love the chocolate ones too. These dates are fully ready for their close-up. It's almost unfair. All right, got the shot. I think it's time for me to taste. And look at that. Mmm. It is so good. The dates are so sweet. The almond butter works so well. That salt, it's making everything come to life. I knew there's a reason why I eat these every day. Now that my dates are done, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Let's keep this between us. Granola is super easy to make at home. I'm gonna get the ingredients so I can show you how.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Granola is one of my favorite things to make at home. It's super versatile, so you can eat it solo, just munch on it as you're going about your day, or serve it with your favorite yogurt or milk. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite nutty maple granola. For any granola recipe, I like to separate my wet and dry ingredients. We want to make sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated, so that's why I'm going to do this. I've got some melted and cooled coconut oil here, and I'm just going to add the rest of my ingredients. I'm using some of my almond butter. And this is going to serve as a really nice mixture for the oats and nuts and seeds and whatever else we're adding to this granola to really cling onto, so we can get those really crunchy clusters. And clusters are why we're all eating granola in the first place anyway, right? Almond butter is in. To sweeten it up, we're going to add some maple syrup. This is the maple portion of my nutty maple granola. Maple adds this really nice golden richness to the granola. It's so good. It's really lightly sweet, so it's not too sweet. I've got all my wet ingredients in my bowl, and now I'm just gonna whisk it until it's nice and smooth. Be careful here. Wear an apron. I don't do it, but you should. We're whisking, and we're whisking. And I just want to whisk this until it's nice and smooth, making sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated. Okay, wet ingredients, we're going to set them aside. They're going to hang out for later. And now I'm going to get to work on my dry ingredients. Because I like to maximize the presence of clusters in my granola, it's very important to me, I'm going to crush my nuts before I add them into my oats. So in order to do this, all you have to do, add your nuts into any sort of bag, take a rolling pin or even a bottle, and just get your stress out, like this. You can also roll them if you're more delicate, but I'm really going for it today. I promise I'm a very patient person in general. We want them to be coarsely crushed, but it's okay if we have some bigger or smaller pieces because it's nice to have some texture with our granola. We like the crunch. Okay, I've got my bowl of oats right here. And now I'm just gonna add all of my dry mix-ins in. Adding my pecans in here. My stressed pecans, the result of my stressed pecans. I should also say that if you've got any nuts or seeds that have just been hanging out in your pantry for a little too long, this is a great opportunity to use them up. I'm adding some almonds in now. It's gonna use some cinnamon here. You can also use some nutmeg if you'd like, really whatever you'd like. And then we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now I'm just gonna fold in all of my dry ingredients together. Make sure everyone gets to know each other. It's very friendly granola. Now that I've mixed all of my dry ingredients together, I'm just gonna add in my wet ingredients and mix everything together. Okay, here we go. It's very aesthetically pleasing. This wet mixture is really what's gonna help this granola have clusters, so I like to make sure when I am mixing both the wet and dry ingredients together that everything is really nicely coated. Okay, listen closely. The really important thing when you're making granola is to make sure that everyone has some personal space. So we want to make sure that all of the oats and nuts in this entire mixture is spread out in a very even layer so everyone has room to breathe. By spreading everything out, we're also going to make sure it bakes in a very even and crisp layer. And we're just patting everything down really gently, spreading it out nicely. We don't want to pat anything too hard to crush any of the nuts. Now that everything is spread out, I'm just going to go bake in the oven at 325 degrees for about 30 to 40 minutes. While our granola is baking, we want to make sure that we're stirring it every 10 to 15 minutes so we can ensure an even and crisp bake. Spread it out evenly again, and then back in the oven we go. The secret to super crispy, crunchy, clustery granola is actually letting it cool completely before you break it apart and serve it. I know it's tempting, but just don't touch it for a little bit, okay? This granola is completely cool, so now I'm just gonna break it apart and add it to my plate. I mean, you just can't. You can't say no to this. This is crazy. Look at how crunchy. The clusters are what I live for. It's the only reason I eat granola. Like, this is the most satisfying thing to me, ever. I will break it apart though. Just a little bit. We want to maintain those clusters though. I'll take granola over a granola bar any day. That's just me. And did you see how easy it was to throw this together? You literally just combine both your wet and dry ingredients and you've got this super delicious, one pan, amazing granola. And look at this bake. It's so even, so golden and crispy. Okay, it's time for me to taste. Waiting to dig into this cluster this entire time. Lightly sweet from the maple syrup, not too sweet, so it's a perfect breakfast companion. Or honestly, you could eat this at any time of the day. You could even top ice cream with this. It's a really nice, crisp, golden layer on top of some vanilla ice cream. Sign me up. You know what? My dad loves this recipe. I make it for him all the time. I'll send him a picture so he can be a little bit jealous of me in it too, so he can remember my face. He knows what I look like. He's gonna be so jealous. So good. Speaking of my dad, this next recipe is inspired by him and something he used to make all the time. So I'm gonna go grab the ingredients and start popping some popcorn.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
This is a variation of a popcorn recipe that my dad used to make all the time. Poor guy. My mom, my sister, and I would always steal some before he could even have a single kernel, so I guess this is redemption for him. I'm going to show you how to make your popcorn really delicious, really flavorful with this spice-infused olive oil mixture. So I've already popped my popcorn, and now I'm just heating my pan on medium-low heat, and I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil. You can use your favorite spices here, but I'm going to use one of my favorites, which is some garam masala. This is a really common blend of Indian spices, and it's really delicious, really warming, creates a very savory flavor in this popcorn. I'm going to add this straight to my oil, along with some cayenne pepper. This is going to take it up a notch in the spice department because I like things very spicy. Finally, I'm going to add a little pinch of salt. And now all we're going to do is just stir our spices. Now the reason that we're heating the spices here in the oil is because nobody likes a raw spice. Raw spices are not cute to eat, so we want to cook the spices with the oil so they become fragrant, they become aromatic, and it just infuses a lot of flavor into your popcorn. I was so obsessed with popcorn in college, I'm pretty sure it's the only reason I made it through. I would just snack on it like all the time. Got me through my exams. Thank you, popcorn. It's done so much for me in my life. And you want to make sure you continue to stir your spices in with the oil so it doesn't burn. We're only doing this for about a minute or so until you smell that delicious aromatic spice smell. You don't want it to smell too raw. When you allow the garam masala to cook in this oil, you can really smell all of those individual spices, the cumin, the cloves, the coriander. It smells so fragrant. So my spices and my oil smells really aromatic. I've cooked it for about a minute. Now it's time to just drizzle it over my popcorn. There we go. I'm just gonna shake it up so everything is fully incorporated in here. Now I'm gonna drizzle it over my popcorn. It smells so good. Now I'm just gonna toss it so that everything is well incorporated. This is just a really great way to make a flavor-infused popcorn so that you're not just going with the plain salt, you're not just going with the plain butter, there's a little something extra going on. Now that my spices are fully incorporated in my popcorn, I'm gonna add a little bit of nutritional yeast. This adds a very cheesy and savory flavor to the popcorn without actually adding any cheese. Mix that in a little bit. And then I'm gonna finish with a little pinch of salt. I have to show my dad that I made this. It's a little bit better than his. Don't tell him. I'm so mean. It smells so good. I seriously wish you could smell it. I cannot wait to dig in. So I'm just not gonna wait. I'm going to dig in. Oh, come on. Okay, this might be dramatic, but I don't think I can eat regular popcorn ever again. It's so good. And again, you can use your favorite spices here. You can even do a little salt and pepper, a little garlic powder. Really make it your own, but just know that I have a feeling you will not go back to regular salted popcorn. Butter? Who is she? It's so good. It's really good. You guys should try this. The next time you get a snack attack, all I have to say is just don't panic. Remain calm. Make these 3 recipes. They're so delicious and the best way to keep your days going. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. Hashtag Cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven, I gotta go. See you later.
Oh, my Lanta.
And now, we'd like to introduce some new friends to help us sing our next song. They are the Tanner Family.
Probably singing on stage with the Beach Boys. It was very memorable. I remember crashing Uncle Jesse's Mustang Sally. Because I really crashed that into a pole. I was so nervous to do it. The breakup with Steve on the mountaintop.
So what are you saying? We should break up? It's a scary thought.
I know. So sad. But we're back together. And, what else? I don't know. I can't even remember. Oh, there's the always famous DJ passing out as she exercised on the treadmill.
Dad, DJ!
Yeah, DJ trying to lose weight quickly for a pool party, which resonated with a lot of people, a lot of moms, a lot of daughters.
You haven't eaten anything in 3 days? DJ, I think you should sit down and eat right now.
I can't. I'm finally starting to lose weight.
Even though we wrapped it up in a pretty bow in less than 30 minutes, but it's an episode that stuck out. Well, the breakup wasn't a favorite moment. All Steve did was eat. I mean, I don't know. He came over to the house to get a sub sandwich, and that's all. And then maybe steal a kiss. And I don't know what DJ was seeing in Steve, captain of the wrestling team.
Dad, is Steve here yet?
No, there's still food left on the table. Hey, Mr. Tanner. Not for long.
I know from Fuller House that he carved our initials with a heart around it into the gym floor in our high school. Yeah, Steve took me to the school gym to recarve our initials in the bleachers.
But apparently, security frowns on a grown man in a wig wandering the halls with a pocket knife.
Michelle, are you okay? Michelle, wake up!
That was the most ridiculous storyline. Michelle got amnesia when she fell off a horse. And that's how he ended the show.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Have mercy. Cut it out. No way, Jose. You got it, dude. You little nerd bomber.
Joseph, you are a knucklehead. Oh, come on now, cut it out.
The favorite part for me about playing Joey Gladstone on Full House is that I got to bring a lot of elements from my real life into the show. I'm an airplane pilot, so we did an episode where I got to fly Jesse and drop him off in a tomato patch.
Whoa.
Have mercy!
Oh my God.
We did an episode where I got to play ice hockey, and we also got to incorporate some of my stand-up in the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the comedy styling of Joseph Gladstone.
All right, get out of here.
I think one of the funniest original episodes for me personally is when I was sitting in the kitchen and the cement truck backs up into the kitchen, and my character doesn't know that the entire kitchen is filling up with cement. I usually don't laugh at myself, but for some reason that particular scene made me laugh really hard. Well, there was one episode where I did get my tongue stuck in a bottle, and it was through a chair. And it made everybody laugh so hard in rehearsals when I came up with it that it just stuck on the show.
Hi, Michelle. It's me, Kermit the Frog.
I got to do Kermit the Frog on the show. I got to do Popeye on the show.
How's it going, Joseph? I talked to him. Not bad, Popeye. Whoa!
I got to do Bullwinkle Moose on the show. And then we started getting into some weird stuff. Like I remember doing Steven Tyler, trying to do his face and sing Janie's Got a Gun. So like, Janie's got a gun. So, and then I think I did Joe Pesci as a potato.
Hey, Jess, look what I made. This potato kind of looks like Joe Pesci.
So it started getting a little strange, a little out there. I was going off. Unbelievable.
Hey, thank you. Oh, come on now. Cut it out. Quit it. Come on, knock it off.
Well, let me tell you a little story about Cut It Out. My best friend, Mark Sandrowski, who I've known since we were 8 years old, we're from the same hometown. Mark directs The Big Bang Theory. So years ago, Mark and I were a comedy team called Sea and Ski. And Mark used to do this Mark Suave character, and he would unbutton his shirt, and he would look at a lady in the front row, and he'd go, "Cut it out." And I told him, I said, I'm stealing that, and I'm going to use it in my stand-up. I'm going to use it wherever I can. So he thinks I still owe him royalties on that. But you're never getting it, Mark, ever. Well, people come up to me on the street all the time, and they'll get Cut It Out wrong. They'll come up and go, "Hey, man, knock it around." And I'll be like, "You mean cut it out?" And they'll be like, "Oh, you got it." Like, somehow I'm going to mess it up. Oh, the guest stars. We had Little Richard on the show. That was, man, that was something.
Hi, everybody.
And I think Little Richard just walked through the kitchen.
We had Mickey Rooney on the show. That was pretty interesting.
Hello, Mr. Dreadcorn. Remember me?
Yeah, I remember you. You're the little girl with a big bag of nickels.
We had the Beach Boys which were great. I mean, those guys became friends of the show, and we ended up doing a lot of episodes with them. And we got to sing Barbara Ann, I believe, at the Coliseum during a live football game, which was really, really cool. And you know, you'd be surprised if you go back and watch all 192 episodes, you'll see some pretty interesting guest stars. I got to see those girls grow up. They're like my own kids, and Mary-Kate and Ashley were only 8 months old when we first started, wearing diapers, but hey, so was I. Jodie Sweetin was, I think, 4 or 5 years old, and she memorized the entire script. It was unbelievable. I remember when we first started rehearsing with Jodie, I walked out of there with John Stamos, and we were like, well, that's the star of the show. She is a scene stealer for sure. And then Candace, I took Candace to the circus when she was 10 years old. I took her to Cirque du Soleil in Santa Monica. I said, hey, would you like to go to the circus with me? And her eyes lit up, and so I took her to the circus. I still feel like a father figure to all of them. We've been through so many things together. I introduced Candace to her husband, Val, many years ago at a charity hockey game, and they're still together. They have 3 kids. So I feel a little bit like I'm Cupid at the same time. So, you know, we really are a family. It's pretty unique, I think, in television that you become so close to your castmates. And a lot of people, you know, that were part of the production as well. We really stuck together all these years. I got to have a lot of fatherly moments with the kids over the years. We tackled a lot of serious subjects, you know, that kids encounter when they're growing up. So there were always those, you know, those little sappy scenes where the violins would swell in the background and we would offer some kind of advice. And
last night when I didn't know where you were, I was scared to death.
You know, that's kind of how we felt with them when they were growing up, for real, as though, you know, we could give them some kind of guidance in some way. Being back on the new series Fuller House, we have not missed a beat. All of the old jokes that we told back in the day, our little silly songs that we sing to each other, the stupid jokes that we say to each other, the pranks, we have not missed a beat. All of that stuff still comes back into play. And somebody can just start one of these songs or one of these bits and everybody just chimes in at the same time. So we have not, like I said, we have not missed a beat. I think Full House is a family show, and I think there's something in it for everybody. You've got a lot of humor, you've got a lot of family interaction, you've got a lot of love, which a lot of shows don't really, the characters don't really say they love each other anymore.
Because I love you so much.
I love you too, Joey.
And I think Full House and Fuller House, I think they're both kind of like video comfort food for a lot of people. I've had so many people over the years come up to me and say, hey, I had a really tough childhood. And by watching Full House and now Fuller House, it really got me through some tough times. And I love hearing that.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Steve is an interesting character because if you watch the original Full House, you think he's like a dopey wrestler without, not much going on upstairs, except for his passionate love of DJ and his love of proms and food. But anyway, you fast forward to present day, and he's one of the Bay Area's most successful podiatrists and a divorcee.
I'm Steve Hale, damn it. I was Bay Area Podiatrist of the Year in 2012.
But the thing about Steve that's consistent is his love of eating and his love of DJ. So I think my favorite DJ Steve moments are one of the 47 proms they've been to. I took DJ Candace Cameron Bure, I took her to the prom in real life too, which was really fun. We've been to a lot of proms together on the original Full House, in our real life on Fuller House. We've been to proms. Now we're the chaperones. But Steve and DJ, we've had a lot of great moments. And she broke up my wedding in Japan. That was very exciting. We got a lot of history. We go way back.
Steve, hi.
Hi back. You look great.
The first time I was on Full House, it was a guest appearance. I played a guy named Steve Peters. And DJ was supposed to be babysitting, but she really wanted to go out with Steve Peters because he had great hair, which he did back in those days. And we snuck out to the movies, and DJ got in lots of trouble. But then anyway, the following season, I was Steve Hale. I was a different Steve, apparently, who she fell in love with on her summer abroad in Spain.
Everybody, this is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
And it was a great character. It was really fun being on the show, and everybody was very welcoming. It was just a cool experience. When you join a show that's been a hit show for a lot of seasons, you don't know what you're going to get, or if people are going to be excited to have a new dude there. It was like joining a club, but everybody made me feel at home really fast. I think that Steve and DJ, I think they did a great job portraying a real teen relationship. But the way they broke up, the way they realized that they were going to go off to college and had the whole world ahead of them, and that they needed to sort of take a break and see how it went. And I thought they handled the relationship really, really well. It was interesting to me. There was something about the Steve and DJ relationship that really became a big deal that I didn't see coming. I didn't anticipate that. I think, for example, now in Fuller House, you have all the old school fans of Full House who were have been waiting decades for Steve and DJ to get back together. And I think it's really touching and cool that relationship meant so much to a lot of people.
So what are you saying? We should break up? It's a scary thought.
But yeah, Love on the Rocks, that was a sad episode. And the reason why Steve and DJ broke up originally was my fault, because I wanted to go to college. I had really enjoyed being a kid actor. It was really cool, but I was concerned about my future. And I deferred a year after high school before going to college. And then finally I was like, I think if you defer more than that, they make you apply again. So I didn't want to risk that. So I sat the producers down and I told them my plans, and they were very supportive. And next thing you know, love was on the rocks. I love how devoted Steve was to DJ. I thought it was a really sweet high school romance, how much they loved each other. And Steve was funny because he did thoughtless things sometimes. The Christmas when DJ bought Steve that incredible gazillion-dollar leather bomber jacket, and he gave her a sweatshirt from Daytona Beach University.
I don't expect anything special in return.
It's just a Daytona Beach University sweatshirt. I hope you like it. Maybe I should have sprung for the sweatpants, too.
I mean, get a clue, man. But his heart was in the right place. So I was already in college when Full House, the final season, which we didn't know it was the final season. When I came, we didn't know it was the series finale. We just thought it was the season finale. And there was this whole storyline about how DJ got stood up her date to the prom couldn't take her. And so they came up with this idea that I would leave college, fly to LA, hide out in a trailer behind Stage 24, and it was sort of torture because I was dying to hang out with everyone on the set, but they wanted to keep it a surprise for the tape night.
Don't worry, I scrounged up another date for you. I'm afraid to ask.
Come on, Deeves, let's get going. I don't want to miss the buffet.
When the door opens and Kimmy says, "Don't worry, DJ, I've got some other date for you," and I walk in, everyone was genuinely surprised. Nobody knew I was there, which was really cool. But I had to hide in a trailer in the back all day. It was a bummer. Got my homework done. I think that for me, the two things that people always ask me about for Steve is, do you really eat that much in real life? And the answer is yes, I really actually do. My son called me on it. He's like, is that why Steve eats so much? Because you eat so much? And I said, no, I don't think so, but I definitely do eat like that. And then the thing that people always want to know about is the Aladdin costume in Disney World.
Steve! Where?
I mean, I did 50 episodes of the show, but that's the one that everybody talks about. So one of the producers of the original series told me that his favorite line from Full House ever, from all 8 seasons or 9 or whatever they did, was, so there's this episode where I think Vicky Larson, who is Danny Tanner's girlfriend, made goat cheese and pesto pizza, and none of the kids wanted to eat it because it was goat cheese and it was green and it was disgusting. And but Steve, of course, gave it a try.
So, Steph, what do you think of goat cheese now?
Good food. Bad name.
You know, I learned something today. If it comes out of a goat, I'm eating it.
And this guy said that was his favorite line of the whole series, which I was very flattered. Yeah, well, my favorite Steve Danny moment was when when I wrestled him. He came to have a private moment with me after he was concerned because he wanted to know where the relationship with his daughter was going and was I being fresh, and as my mom would say. And he shows up at my wrestling practice and we ended up wrestling on the ground, which was really fun.
Dad! What are you doing to Steve?
I have to say, being on Fuller House might be even more fun than the original because I did not see this coming. I'm very happy in my career as a television writer, and I had no plans of ever being on camera again. And they called and they said, hey, do you want to just be in this reunion episode? We're making a Full House reboot, and it's just one episode. And so I went, and it was fun, and all of a sudden, here we are, like 5 seasons later. It was totally unexpected, and I'm just enjoying it for what it is. I'm not looking to get my next acting gig from it, but it's just been so cool to get back together with these people that I love so much and have known for so many years. We're back on our original soundstage where we made the original Full House, and I got my same parking spot from when I was 17 years old. It's really weird, and but I'm loving every second of it. And now we're getting ready to shoot the 5th and final season, and hopefully really cool stuff will happen on the show. But I think going into it knowing this is it, it'll be a really cool, special season.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go! Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Howdy. That's how they say hi in Texas.
Oh my God. How would I describe Teddy? Just like the best friend that everybody like wants, you know? He's just like the homie. He's just like that dude. You know, like Teddy's just like that dude, you know? Like he's always got your back. He's always honest, you know? He's basically just like, I'm that dude. So like, I'm Teddy, you know? That was stupid. Teddy's just cool.
Who are you? My name is Michelle Tanner.
I believe this is the first episode. I don't know how many years ago this was, y'all. But I told Michelle that she was weird on the first day of school. And previously in this interview, I did say Teddy was honest. So, you know, he keeps it real, which every friend should. You don't want a friend to be gassing you up, telling you lies. You know what I'm saying? So Teddy was like, yo, like, you know, fall back. Like, you're kind of being weird right now. And I remember my line was something like, you're strange. But I'm pretty sure at that time I couldn't pronounce my R's. So it sounded something like Swains. Like, you're really Swains or something.
You are a strange kid.
You're a strange kid? Yeah. The line was, you're a strange kid. And of course, I couldn't pronounce my R's. So I said, you're a strange kid. Just like in the only way Teddy could say it. So yeah, I had to go to classes for pronunciation back in the day. Now I can say my R's perfectly. River, run. Yeah, I used to say river, one. I'm gonna go for a one, ma. I never said that, but that's how I would have said it. My favorite scenes for Teddy. There's a lot. I always remembered enjoying when the other kids were on set, like Journey and Miko. When they were on set, it was more fun because it was like, you know, like the crew was there.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
My favorite. Even though it was the last episode, like when he left, it was just such like a, you know, I had to show like the acting skills at like a very young age, you know what I'm saying? So like I was hyped for that. You know, I had to get a touch on the serious side of Teddy, you know? Young kids have emotion too, you know? Maybe even more than adults.
Whoa, baby, they're the Happy Meal. Clap for it.
But I do have a favorite scene. It was when we followed her dad to his date at the restaurant, and we hid under the table. And I remember that chocolate cake we ate was bomb. Like it was fire. Definitely not gluten-free, but it was fire. I remember that. Everyone was so sweet. You know, I saw Bob Saget at, you know, it was either a Teen Choice Awards or a People's Choice Awards a couple of years ago, and it was just like, he was so hyped, like, and I was like, bro. And we share the same birthday, so that was cool. I still see Candace, still talk to her every now and then. Yeah, just, you know, it's kind of like a family.
Old means first, new means second. I'm in, you're out. Excuse me?
Michelle's old crew. Obviously, I see Journey out and about. We've been doing this acting thing our whole lives, so I've known her and her family for quite a long time.
I heard the museum has a super powerful telescope. If it's anything like my dad's telescope, all you can see is a bunch of stewardesses lying around a swimming pool.
Miko and I just followed each other on Instagram probably maybe like last year sometime. So that was cool for me. There's not too many quotes that fans will say from Full House. It's just how hyped they are to see Teddy. Honestly, they're just like, yo, you're Teddy, bro. Like, where's Michelle? That's probably what a lot of people say. I'm like, I don't know, making money somewhere. I think Full House is still so beloved now. It's just one of those classic shows, and it's, you know, such a blessing to, you know, have been a part of a show like that. I think it was the family aspect of it, and, you know, and I think nowadays it's hard to find a show that your whole family can sit down and enjoy every week. And, you know, and you're excited to run to the TV, you know, and I think that was one of those shows. And I think one of the best things about getting older is nostalgia. You know, it brings something that brings you back to a time when you were younger, or a time that you remember was super fun. And I just think that's what Full House does for all the viewers. It just brings them back. And you know, it was a show about family and like actual issues. You know, it was funny, it was cute. You know, Teddy was on it. You know, it's just like no, it's you know, it's just some shows are just those classic shows, and Full House is definitely one of them.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking
yeah.
who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. This week, we are sharing insights about the COVID-19 pandemic. We talked to 4 vaccinated people about their breakthrough infections and why they're encouraging others to get vaccinated. Plus, effective ways to stop the spread, including tips on the right way to wear a mask and more details about COVID-19 antibodies. All of that and more coming up on Today All Day.
In the headlines,
COVID breakthrough infections.
From athletes,
An outbreak in the New York Yankees clubhouse,
to politicians, to everyday Americans.
When I tested positive, I was like, what is going on?
So what is breakthrough COVID? It's when a person tests positive at least 2 weeks after being fully vaccinated, sometimes without any symptoms, other times feeling classic COVID symptoms, loss of smell and taste, fever, aches, and cough. An NBC News analysis found health departments in 42 states have recorded a total of at least 248,000 breakthrough cases. While the CDC does not track those infections, they do record hospitalizations and deaths from breakthroughs. As of August 17th, the CDC has reported 7,600 cases where a fully vaccinated person with COVID was hospitalized, and almost 1,600 cases where someone died. Still, it's a tiny fraction of the 168 million Americans who are fully vaccinated.
Who was surprised that they got sick?
We spoke with 4 people who told us they're among those with a breakthrough infection.
Did you change your behaviors after getting the shot?
Absolutely did. I stopped wearing a mask 2 weeks after I got my second dose.
I definitely started hanging out with friends more.
Jessica and Jack both had the Pfizer vaccine. Adam had Moderna, and Risa had the Johnson & Johnson single shot.
What were your emotions when you learned that you had tested positive even after being fully vaccinated?
Disappointment and frustration. I can't believe that this is happening after all of this time. Like, we've been so careful. It's really just like a gut punch.
They experienced a range of symptoms.
I started out with a head cold. I thought that it was just allergies.
Fever, chills, fatigue. I had a terrible headache.
All 4 told us they had body aches and a fever.
The symptoms only lasted maybe 3 to 4 days.
And 2 of the 4 had a bad cough.
I was quite sick, and my wife was too.
While they said they weren't hospitalized, nor did they experience any major respiratory issues, They all said they temporarily lost their sense of smell.
The vaccines work, but don't expect the vaccine to prevent you from getting infected.
Dr. Kavita Patel is a primary care physician and NBC News contributor.
Are these breakthrough infections more common than you expected?
It's a little higher than expected, especially what I attribute this to is the Delta variant being more infectious.
What do you say to people who question the effectiveness of the vaccine if we're seeing so many breakthroughs?
These vaccines are miracles. One, they prevent death. Almost all throughout these breakthrough cases, we do not see people dying. We do not see people having severe hospitalizations, ending up in intensive care units. That is an incredible reason to get the vaccine.
Are there any groups that are more likely to experience a breakthrough infection?
The majority of breakthrough infections we're seeing with limited data tend to be older, but we're seeing people at all ages getting breakthrough infections.
Do any of the vaccines make you more susceptible to a breakthrough infection?
No, you're seeing breakthrough infections in levels across all 3 available vaccines in the United States.
Despite having COVID, these 4 believe the vaccine protected them from getting severely ill.
We're all way more protected.
And I just think that the more people who get vaccinated, the safer we all will be.
With the small but growing number of breakthrough cases we're seeing, some public health officials are urging the CDC to track these infections, similar to what other countries like Israel are doing. A reminder for all of us to prevent COVID spread, go back to basics. Stay outdoors when possible, avoid crowds, and keep your distance. And when you do have to go inside, wear a double-layered mask over your mouth and nose. Remember, this is a virus that spreads easily through the air, so the less time you spend in close contact with strangers, the lower your risk of getting sick. It's important to remind ourselves, even those who are fully vaccinated.
It's people have a lot of questions about breakthrough infections, but just the bottom line is you're much better off having the vaccine because even if you get a breakthrough infection, the chances of hospitalization and death are dramatically less.
Exactly as Dr. Patel said, and that's why she thinks it's such a miracle.
But how much of a difference does a mask really make?
Well, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen joins us with an eye-opening look. Hey, Vicky.
Hey, good morning, Hoda and Craig. As you know, our coughs and sneezes spray thousands of droplets into the air, and those droplets can carry bacteria and the coronavirus. So this morning, we're showing you how the virus might travel by looking for bacteria from a cough, my cough. Medical experts say it's a valid comparison, and the results, even surprising, are certified microbiologists.
It's a dreaded sound sure to turn heads. Coughing or sneezing in the age of corona.
I work for Costco and I'm asking this member to put on a mask because that is our company policy.
Who can forget this clash? A Costco customer in Colorado refusing to wear a mask.
And I'm not doing it because I woke up in a free country.
Face coverings are causing some mouth-to-mask showdowns across the country.
We're just going to be able to detect bacteria.
So we enlisted the help of microbiologist Susan Whittier at Columbia University to show us what masks can actually do when we cough.
This isn't going to show me what kind of virus might come out. This is not how you would collect a virus. But what does it tell you?
I think it's just a good marker or good representation of what happens when we cough or, even worse, sneeze, of potential pathogens coming out of our mouth.
Whittier points out coronavirus cells won't multiply on a petri dish, but she says the dishes can capture bacteria from my cough.
The lab sent over these petri dishes, and I'm going to show you how effective different types of face coverings are. First, I'm going to cough into a petri dish using a cloth mask. Then I'm going to show you what happens with a common surgical mask. And then finally, the N95, which is supposed to be the most effective. These are reserved for healthcare workers, and I have one from when I covered wildfires in California. And of course, I'm going to show you what happens when I cough without any face covering at all.
You're literally just going to hold it about 6 inches away from your mouth.
And I should cough how many times?
I would say 2 or 3. You're going to be grossed out by what grows on the plates no matter what. Don't worry.
Okay.
I get to work, coughing away, right into the petri dishes.
That's pretty gross.
I labeled each dish and dropped them off for my producer to take straight to the lab.
All right. Thank you.
After 24 hours in an incubator at body temperature, our first peek. Look, bacteria is already growing on the dish I coughed on without a mask. Nothing yet on the other 3. After 48 hours, more growth on that same dish, but still nothing on the rest of the dishes. And then finally, after 60 hours, 2.5 days after I coughed onto the dishes, a surprise.
What was the result after 2.5 days?
Well, it was super exciting. I was expecting some growth, and to my surprise, we didn't have growth on any plates when you had any kind of face covering on. So that was great news.
The 3 masks, cloth, surgical, and N95, all stopped any bacteria from landing on the Petri dish. But check out the dish I coughed on without a mask. It's covered in bacteria. Look at all that growth.
What exactly was that was growing on the Petri dish, and is that normal?
So the things that we recovered on the cough plate are normal mouth bacteria. So we had a lot of Streptococcus viridans. We had some staph species, just things that we would normally find in everybody's mouth.
Normal.
Normal.
By comparing all 4 dishes side by side, you can see each mask kept my cough and bacteria from spreading.
What did this tell you about the effectiveness of masks?
I think across the country, as states reopen, it's going to be more reassuring for people to know that, yeah, I'm wearing a mask because I'm protecting myself and I'm protecting the people around me.
And we just want to reiterate, Whittier says it's not possible through a demonstration like this to show how much virus comes out because viruses need living cells. They can't grow on a Petri dish the way bacteria does, but it certainly shows what else is in your cough or sneeze.
Yeah. I mean, we know that these N95 masks are supposed to be the most effective, but based on that story, what's the difference between those and the surgical or cloth mask?
Everyone was surprised that demonstration essentially showed no difference between the N95, the cloth, and the surgical mask. But when it comes to cloth, researchers have found a couple layers do work better. Silk and cotton were shown to be really effective at blocking particles. And remember, the main purpose of the mask is to protect those around you. But those masks also provide you a degree of protection.
Oh, they do.
And bandanas, too. People wear those a lot. And it's safe to say that if you have that covering, it certainly blocks a lot.
That was
sure was, Vicki.
Thank you for coughing so much for us. Thank you.
Anything for the cause.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
People walking around with their masks over their mouth, but not quite over their noses. A new study finds that may defeat the purpose because your nose is a key route of infection, whether you're inhaling or exhaling the virus.
From Major League Baseball players to celebrities, masks have become the must-have accessory of 2020, worn to help slow the spread of COVID-19, according to guidance from the CDC. While face coverings come in a variety of forms, new research suggests there's only one way to wear them effectively. They should cover your mouth and especially your nose. According to a new study by researchers at the University of North Carolina, the cells lining the nose were significantly more likely to become infected with and shed the coronavirus than those lining the throat and lungs, meaning every time an infected person exhales through their nose, they're likely releasing a higher concentration of virus than if exhaling through their mouth. These findings leave no room for the so-called chin strap look.
If somebody's wearing their mask, like we've all seen people wear, covering their mouth but not necessarily covering their nose, then they're still getting the majority of that virus in their body out into the environment, which means they can infect other people. So bringing that mask up, covering the nose, is one of the most important steps you can make.
It didn't take long to sniff out some uncovered noses while walking the streets of New York City.
Did you know you're wearing your mask wrong?
No, I didn't.
You're supposed to cover your nose and your mouth. How hard is it to wear a mask over your nose and mouth?
It's hard, especially I have to wear my mask at work all day. I'm not going to be wearing it outside. I can't breathe.
Do you mind telling me why you're wearing yours not over your nose?
Because it's hot.
How come you don't have your nose covered?
My nose is covered.
Okay, now it is.
Aside from covering your nose and mouth correctly, mask material matters. A Florida Atlantic University study showed bandanas allowed cough droplets to fly 3 feet, while fitted cloth masks stopped them at 2.5 inches. And if you're making a mask, this newly published study says double the layers.
2 layers or more is what you need in a homemade mask. And the CDC says homemade cloth masks work well. The more layers you have, the better, 2 being the minimum.
And here is an example of 2 layers of fabric, and this mask actually has a pocket for a filter. You can literally put a coffee filter inside, or you can find a paper filter online. Remember, the mask really should fit snugly over your nose and your mouth, and also, okay, this is, hello. And also, you want to make sure that it doesn't move around when you're talking. Make sure you wash them regularly, and you want to have multiple masks so you can alternate.
A lot of people said what that one woman said, like she didn't like wearing it because she felt like she couldn't breathe properly, couldn't get enough oxygen in, or maybe too much carbon dioxide. But what does science say about that?
Yeah, sure. It does feel like it's hard to breathe, but science and the American Lung Association just put out this statement saying masks are designed to be breathed through, and that there's actually no evidence that low oxygen levels occur. Now, they did say if you have lung conditions, using a medical N95 mask could cause some carbon dioxide buildup in your body, but that's only if you have a medical condition. And remember, those N95 masks are only to be worn if you are a medical worker. And by the way, check out this emergency medicine doctor in Dublin, Ireland. He actually did an experiment wearing 7 masks, and he showed there were no changes in his oxygen level and no issues with his carbon dioxide levels going up. We're not wearing 7 masks.
Yeah, but that's good to know.
Vicki, what about those masks that you see some people have and they have like little vents in them?
Yeah.
They look like professional or something, or a painter's mask.
Multiple public health experts have come out and said those masks are not helpful because they allow your germs to escape through the vent. So that's not helping to protect people around you. Those masks, Carson, were designed to make it easier for people to breathe if they're painting or doing woodworking. Okay. So they don't breathe in the dust and they can breathe out. They're not recommended for preventing the spread.
That's good to know, because I always saw some and I'm like, oh, that guy got
Yeah, they look more official.
Yeah, it does. Now, what kids may be going back to school in some places, what masks should they have?
Yes. So this is a new thing. The CDC is really saying, in addition to the crayons, the pencils, the notebooks, you really should have the cloth masks on those back-to-school supply lists. Several, because, you know, kids lose things.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd-cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The President of the United States is in the hospital.
The nation and the world reacting to that breaking news.
The country was riveted. President Trump airlifted to Walter Reed Hospital after being diagnosed with COVID-19. 3 days later, out of the hospital and touting his treatment, he received monoclonal antibodies.
They gave me Regeneron, and it was like unbelievable.
Regeneron and Lilly, two companies now granted the FDA's emergency use authorization for their monoclonal antibody treatments. But the Goldhair family in Arizona says more people need to know it exists.
I know it saved me, and it saved my son.
Maureen and her son Keith say it was that treatment that helped them recover from COVID-19. But they say it was hard to find. In their opinion, valuable time wasted that may have cost Maureen's husband, Cy, his life.
If the doctor had had the knowledge that this infusion was available, it might have stopped the progression of the COVID, which eventually took him.
Now, HHS is working with hospitals and clinics to set up infusion centers nationwide, even launching this locator website to help people find treatment. I'm here inside an infusion center in Teaneck, New Jersey. This is where COVID-19 patients receive the monoclonal antibody treatment. We're getting a rare look inside before it opens. With me now is Dr. Thomas Birch. He's the medical director here at Holy Name Medical Center. Dr. Birch, what happens when a patient with COVID-19 comes here?
A patient who is pre-registered comes here, takes a seat, and if everything is in order, then we start an IV and give an infusion of the antibodies.
Antibodies are mixed with saline. The infusion takes about an hour, then the patient stays for another hour under observation before going home. What have you yourself seen from treating patients with this?
There was one man who was literally bedbound, and after 48 hours, he got up, brushed his teeth, started lifting weights, and said, "I feel recovered." And he was 91 years old.
Dr. Birch says patients should try to get the infusion within 2 to 5 days after developing symptoms. You're eligible for the treatment if you have mild to moderate COVID-19 and test positive and you're 65 or older. Patients 12 and up can also get the monoclonal antibodies if they're in a high-risk group, including those who are obese, chronically ill, or immune compromised.
4 months ago, you had to be President of the United States to get this therapy outside of a research trial. Now it's available to anyone.
But new data suggests the antibodies from Lilly are not as effective as Regeneron's against the new variants from South Africa and Brazil. Dr. David Ho is a Columbia University professor and virologist.
We're going to have to begin to think about identifying which type of virus is infecting a particular person before making a choice on the antibodies.
Should people be discouraged from getting one of these monoclonal antibody treatments because they're not as effective against the variant?
No, I think treatment ought to be given. The monoclonals are the best we have at the moment.
Both Regeneron and Lilly say they're developing new antibodies for these emerging variants.
My last memory of him is when they put him in the ambulance. And he said to me, "You're not coming with me?"
Maureen and her family hope sharing Cy's story will save lives.
Right up till the end, he was, "Please tell people there is something out there and it works." The pain that it has brought my family, I don't want anybody else to go through.
A really important story they shared there. And when it comes to paying for these treatments, Dr. Birch says the federal government has already paid for the medicine. There may be a small administration fee charged to insurance, but he says there should be no out-of-pocket costs to patients. We put a lot more on thirdhourtoday.com to help people find these infusion centers. Guys?
It sounds interesting. Vicki, are there any side effects?
Yeah, the FDA says mild, similar to what you might get from antibiotics. So we're talking fever, chills. That's why they monitor people for a full hour after they receive the infusion treatment.
Hey, Vicki, real quickly, could I just ask, how widespread of availability is there out there for this? I mean, is it that easy to find?
It's out there, Al, and that's why the government is really teaming up with all of these hospitals and clinics. They have launched that website because they want people to know this is available. So if you're in that first 2 days to 5 days after getting a positive COVID test and you feel crummy, go on, get one of these treatments. It takes 1 hour, then you sit there for an hour, and it's really worth it. We should also mention that the CDC says you do want to wait 90 days after receiving one of these infusions to get vaccinated, but they say there is evidence you will have some protection from the antibodies during that time.
Wow.
Sounds like great news, and it sounds like a game changer.
Yes.
About the awareness of it. Vicki Nguyen, thank you for that this morning.
Thanks for shining a light.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning, Reuters reporting new plans for a nationwide study of more than 300,000 Americans to try and track the spread of the coronavirus. The CDC will test samples from blood donors in 25 cities, looking for antibodies, which are created by the immune system after it fights off the virus.
About to take the antibody testing.
We first gave you an inside look at what it's like to take an antibody test last month.
There's a huge line outside.
3 NBC News producers, David, Michelle, and Lauren, all had different symptoms of COVID-19 over the last 3 months. Cough, fever, body aches, even nausea and loss of smell. But they never got a diagnostic test.
If it's positive, it could mean I had the coronavirus back in March.
So they volunteered to take an antibody test after they recovered. The results, Michelle and Lauren positive, David negative. But with more than 150 of these tests now on the market, many not authorized by the FDA, health officials have sounded the alarm on their accuracy. So our producers volunteered to roll up their sleeves again to see how the tests compare.
Let's see what Quest Laboratories finds in my blood.
They offer direct-to-consumer antibody testing. Simply sign up online and make an appointment with the lab.
You just sign up on your own. You don't even need to go see a doctor.
Then they used telemedicine.
So I had heard today that you guys were now going to be doing antibody tests.
This time, the producers had a 5-minute video visit with a doctor online who ordered the test through LabCorp. Last, they went to Mount Sinai Hospital in New York.
Let's head on it.
Which developed its own test, available for healthcare workers, first responders, and people like our producers interested in donating their plasma for research.
So we'll see if these test results are similar to the other ones.
All of the tests involved a blood draw, and the results back in about 24 hours. For all 4 tests, the results were consistent. Lauren and Michelle positive, David negative. What do you take away from that? The fact that our producers took 4 different antibody tests and got the same results each and every time.
Yeah, that's great. I think that hopefully over time, we'll see which of these tests perform the best.
There are a few that are FDA authorized under emergency use authorizations to be able to be used, and those tend to be more reliable, up to 100% reliability.
Before taking any antibody test, check the FDA's website to see which ones are authorized, and make sure you ask the lab or doctor which one they use before you go. Is there anything someone should do differently if they know that they developed the antibody for this virus?
We're really recommending that people proceed with caution, continue all the recommended things that everybody needs to do right now. Wear a mask, wash your hands, clean your surfaces.
It's ideal to take an antibody test 3 to 4 weeks after feeling symptoms. While you're sick is a different test, now becoming more widely available. It's diagnostic. You take that test before or during symptoms. Some newer versions use saliva samples.
The reliability of the diagnostic test depends on which test you're getting.
The FDA says molecular or PCR tests are the most reliable and can take up to a week for results. Also, a new type of diagnostic test called an antigen test can diagnose COVID-19 in less than an hour. The FDA approved it for emergency use, but also warns it may not be accurate every time.
It still can have false negatives, which means that they tell you you're negative when in fact you actually have the disease, and that's one of the concerning things.
Because you could be spreading it to others unknowingly.
Exactly.
Welcome to Today All Day. All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving? Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something. Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
If there was one thing that I wanted people to take away from our work, it is that Black people, Black histories and stories are important, and they are ubiquitous. They are everywhere. Whether we're discussing politics, if we're talking about arts and culture, Americana, we are Americana. I just think it's really, really important that Black people are centered in conversations about where we are in this moment and where this country is and where we have been. My name is Kiana Stewart, and I'm the co-founder of Black Market Vintage.
And my name is Jenna Handy, and I'm co-founder of Black Market Vintage.
Black Market Vintage is a Brooklyn, New York-based antique concept shop. The owners travel, collect, and sell items that represent the richness of Black history.
We're both from Brooklyn, and we grew up 600 feet from one another and did not meet until we were adults, which is wild.
In terms of how we grew up, I think just a typical Brooklyn, childhood of going to the corner store, playing double dutch outside.
So we met at Rutgers University. I don't necessarily know that there was a moment that we knew that we were supposed to be more than friends. I was really intrigued by Jana when I first met her, and it felt like I had known her, a lifetime.
There was a twinkle in her eye that almost I understood what it meant, like. And so there was something that we were able to see beyond where we were to see kind of where we could end up.
So I grew up going to vintage shops, thrift stores, stopping on the side of the road, you name it. My mom was stopping the car and bringing stuff into the car to bring home.
In these shops, Kiana and her mother rarely saw people that looked like them or items that represented their history.
So going into antique shops and we are the only Black people in the spaces. There's no Black art on the walls. There's barely any Black literature.
Over time, Jana joined Kiana on the quest to fill this void. They began traveling the country, collecting Black art, Black music, Black literature, civil rights memorabilia. And then in 2014, started selling it from their stoop and at flea markets.
When we first started out, it was 100% a hobby. And, weekend markets, getting up, setting up as vendors. And we really didn't see that there was a need to shift until the community kind of told us that.
Demand for their products and interest in the history behind the items was so great, the next step was creating a consistent presence.
We kept outgrowing ourselves to the point that we needed to create the infrastructure to then go from a hobby to an online store to then a physical shop.
In November 2019, they opened their brick and mortar shop.
Our public opening, that really was like a full circle moment.
It's like Bed-Stuy is getting this gem of a business and folks who are community oriented, a place, that folks can meet and gather and see themselves. There were folks in this space all day. There are just so many aspects of this work that we didn't necessarily imagine at the very beginning. I did not envision that Lena Waithe would say after Queen and Slim, we need wrap gifts for the whole crew.
Thank you for this journey, no matter how it ends.
Here's the beautiful thing about what they're doing too, is they are saying about our magazines, old books, old t-shirts, our tchotchkes, our buttons, that they are worthy of being kept.
Other customers echo that significance.
What I love most is that people are starting to redefine how important it is to have these artifacts, to have this history, to know this history.
Every sale that they make is a whole learning experience.
Black artifacts historically have always served as a function, in our communities and in our societies at large. They tell a story. They say that we were here, we lived here, our lives were important. We were names, we were a culture, we were a family.
Of the thousands of items they've sourced, Kiana and Jana showed us some of their oldest items.
There were a few NAACP signs from a float from a parade. Something else that I can think off the top is a fugitive slave notice from, I want to say, the early to mid 1800s. Black people have been collecting and doing this kind of work for as long as we've lived, but I haven't seen a shop that exists in this kind of way. We were open for about 4 months before closing for COVID. We were adjusting to a new schedule, to new financial obligations, now having different kinds of overhead with the physical space. It's just a time of great uncertainty. We're still very much so in this really strange, odd, traumatic place.
Now we're kind of redirecting it back to online. And so there's been those pieces of it when it comes to the logistics of the business side. But really we've been able to adapt and overcome in some substantial ways.
I really want the legacy of Black Market Vintage to be that Black people are thought about and considered from the very beginning and are not an afterthought, but that a whole community and a whole business is conceptualized and put into action with Black people at the center. And I really think it's important that other folks do the same. The material is very important. The people and the stories that are embedded and imbued in those objects are just as important. And that's the ethos of our work. Our business says there's a place for you. There's a place for grandma's things. There's a place for grandpa's things, a place for your things, to then recirculate them throughout the community and make them accessible because they are important.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I know that we don't look the same. Our skin, our eyes, our hair, our frame. But that does not dictate our worth. We both have places here on earth. And in the end, we are right here to live a life of love, not fear. To help each other when it's tough, to say together, I am enough. I'm Sarah Kamya, and I'm the founder of Little Free Diverse Libraries. One of my favorite books is I Am Enough by Grace Byers, and I love this book because so often we are told we are not enough. And this book really tells the story that you are enough, that you are capable of so much, that every person has different qualities about them, but it doesn't make them less worthy. And this book, when I read it, I literally got goosebumps everywhere. When I was growing up, I didn't feel like I was enough, and I didn't feel seen and heard and loved by everyone around me, and I felt scared to be who I was. And I think that this book just really sends the message that you are loved. I grew up in Arlington, Massachusetts, which is a predominantly white town. I have a Black father and a white mother and a younger sister. And growing up, I was oftentimes the only Black student in class, and I only surrounded myself with white people. I didn't really see myself represented in a lot of different areas, whether that was in school plays, in books, in arts. It just oftentimes felt like I was the only one. So my parents and I talked a lot about race growing up. Our conversations were oftentimes about the police or making sure that I am respectful, or making sure that when I'm at a store to not do anything that would make me look suspicious. So a lot of our conversations were ways to keep me safe and ways to protect me from the outside world. I'm a school counselor at a K-8 school in New York City, and I've actually always known I wanted to be a school counselor since I was in about 6th grade. I remember my school counselor in middle school was a woman of color. She was just like a boss lady. I remember really looking up to her, and it was ever since that day or those moments with her that I thought, like, I could do this. I had a lot of time to just kind of wander and walk through my neighborhood in Arlington, Massachusetts. And when I did that, I passed Little Libraries. Little Free Libraries started in 2009. It's an organization that basically created these little libraries that could be posted outside of people's homes, outside of schools, in different areas in the community. People are welcomed and encouraged to take a book and leave a book. So oftentimes you'll see a book come out and a new book come in, and they allow for so many people to access books that maybe they couldn't afford, or books that they've never seen before. These little libraries are really helpful for communities because they allow for an influx of books to be circulating and passing from one person to the next. So it was important for me to start a Little Free Diverse Library in Arlington, because I noticed on my walks that these libraries were just filled with the same kind of books. I thought to myself that these libraries are such a great way to get books to other people and spread the message about Black culture and Black history and just showcase Black characters in books, Black characters being superheroes, Black characters talking about their hair. I'm a lover of books. I thought if I just put one book here and either a little brown child picks one up and they get to see themselves in a book represented as a superhero or read about their hair love, then maybe that can help. And if it's a white child or a white parent reading this book, they can learn something about a culture that for so long hasn't been talked about and celebrated and brought attention to. I think that my parents gave me like $100, my sister gave me $50. I'm like, all right, awesome. $150, I'm gonna buy like 10 books, 7 books maybe, and just fill like one in each like library I pass, not thinking about how far this would really go. I hope that with these books, someone tells someone about something they've learned in it, and it just continues to get passed on, and we continue to educate ourselves and learn more about other cultures and just learn about people in general.
My name is Hugo Kamia, and I'm Sarah Kamia's dad. It really goes back her love for reading. I think Black and brown kids love reading, but they don't get represented. Sarah, even as a baby and later on as an infant, we had a routine which went like this: bath, bed, book, milk. That routine was so important before we put her to bed. In fact, when we would be tired and exhausted, we would want to skip reading. She would remind us about book. But there were not many books around, and the bookstores carried books by white authors reflecting the themes of white people. I am originally from Africa, been here for more than 30 years now. There were no books reflecting African people that I could access. Little did I know that there was a booming number of authors whose books never made it to our local bookstores. We have received so many books here since she started this project, one of which is called I'm Enough. And I've been reading that book since it arrived. I had never read it. It's the whole mantra of, yes, I can. And in some ways, this has been my story. I grew up in very humble beginnings. I know how much I have come to trust my voice. In some ways, my daughter brings that voice first and foremost to herself. And I hope in this project, she lends it to other kids like her, that she is enough and that they are enough.
That's called Sule. Yeah. I have a neighbor named Ella who lives right across the street from me, and once I got home, because of COVID, I started to see her more. I met Ella one day, and her dad had come over and introduced himself and said, hey, I heard about your books. If you ever want help passing out the books in the neighborhood, Ella would love to help. Yeah. What is this book? Oh, that one's a good one. It's about Black men who we thought how great would it be for me and Ella to just go out and hand books to others. So one day I packed up a bag and headed across the street, and we handed out these books to the different community members that I had never met before, that Ella knew all their names. And so that was kind of where me and Ella's little friendship kicked off, and she's my great little helper. And we kind of handed out different books. She would pick which one she wanted to give someone. She was so thoughtful in how she was distributing these books. She wanted to make sure we didn't miss anybody's house. And it was a really fun experience to go around and see how this project has really transformed and see it through her eyes and what that means. In class, I draw a picture. 2 princesses in hijab having a picnic on the day of the reveal. A couple hours before, I was checking on the library, and she just screams from her window, like, I'll see you at the reveal, Sarah. And it was just so cute. And she's just my #1 supporter, honestly.
You go on an adventure in a story? It's pretty cool.
like, it says so many things.
My hope for all of this at the end of the day is that people are reading books and they're educating themselves about Black people, about people of color, about people who are different than them, people that they've maybe never even interacted with or thought about, and finding ways to start conversations that in time create change. And I think that this project is doing that one book at a time. There's just so much more work to do. So I hope that when someone closes a book, they then start a conversation, and that conversation leads to a dialogue about maybe how things look in their workplace or how their kids' school looks, or things that aren't right are being talked about in ways that they maybe haven't before. And through that, they're learning to show empathy and spread more awareness and kindness and justice for Black people and people of color.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
People thought I was a fool and did not understand why someone from California would go to make wine in Vermont. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Krista Scruggs has always been a bit of a rule breaker.
My mom raised me, under the philosophy that a closed mouth doesn't get fed, meaning like if you want something, you ask for it, and if you don't get the answer, you figure it out. I honor tradition, but when tradition also doesn't represent you, I think you have no choice but to break those rules.
As she worked her way up in the wine industry, Krista didn't see that representation much of anywhere.
Being a Black queer woman in America, there's not many industries that I have that people have to look around and see examples of themselves.
And she noticed a lack of diversity in the product too.
A bottle of wine can contain up to 300 additives. It started to resonate with me that there are a lot of steps in that process that people take to make it quote unquote stable on a shelf that every time you buy it from the grocery store it tastes the same, and that then turns that grape into a manufactured product.
So Krista began charting her own path, learning about natural wine, a process of winemaking where nothing is added or subtracted.
To me, that's truly what it means to be a winemaker and a grower, is just to listen to the land and to the fermentation and put our ego aside and our hand aside and to let it be what it is. And I think there's beauty in that.
In the hopes of owning her own land and wine label, Krista left wine country for farm country 4 years ago.
I think what was enticing to me about Vermont was uncharted ground, and that I saw that as opportunity to tell a different story that has not fully been told.
A year later, after an apprenticeship with Lagargista Winery, Krista launched her very own label, Zaffa Wines.
To be captured in a vintage in a year is something that I still can't put words to, and I still get chills.
In keeping with her philosophy, all of Krista's wines are made by hand and foot.
We foot crush all the grapes. I'm not gonna lie, it's a workout. It takes about 2 hours to get it to the consistency that I typically like.
And timing wasn't her only obstacle.
In 2017, the vineyard was annihilated with Japanese beetles, so I just saw it as like an opportunity to be more creative and not be beholden to what wine is supposed to be.
Krista began combining apples and grapes to make special hybrid wines.
I lost something to gain something else.
And almost right away, she gained national attention. Wine Enthusiast magazine naming her to their 40 under 40 list.
I'm inspired to be a voice for agriculture and the importance of land ownership, to be a voice for equity. The end goal is to do something that's bigger than just a bottle of wine.
Just weeks ago, Krista fulfilled her mission, getting the keys to her own farm, and with it, increasing representation for Black farmers.
Only 1.4% of Black Americans own land, and Vermont, out of 7,000 farms, I am now officially the 18th Black farmer in Vermont. Me having access to land to farm, there's something more political than that I could be doing in America.
A reminder that breaking old rules often pays off.
I look at my life right now, I didn't think that there would be a Zaffa, but the path has kind of created itself, and it's a reminder that I'm just doing what I should be doing.
Oh, it just looks so peaceful. I just want to jump through the screen. Krista and her team planted more than 2,000 vines on her new farm. That wine will be ready to go in another 4 years or so. Talk about patience. In the meantime, they are working to get a tasting room built on the property that they hope will be up and running by next summer. A good excuse. You know, I've never been to Vermont.
Let's go.
Dylan.
Really?
Have you guys?
Well, in 4 years, when that wine is ready,
Road trip.
we will all not be socially distant.
In 4 years.
Yes, and we will cheers to that.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur. In college, I led a double life, studying engineering at Stanford during the day and enrolling in a fashion design program at night. After graduation, I worked in media and e-commerce in Silicon Valley. I loved the structure of engineering, but yearned for more creativity. Eventually, my passions fused with jewelry. In 2013, with no outside funding, Maison Miru was born. It's a whole system of jewelry that you can mix and match to create your own signature look. Now, my double life is just my life. I get to be a jewelry architect, designing wearable sculptures and building blocks. And I get to make you the artist who puts it all together.
I love her story. And what I really love about it is I found this during the pandemic when I was, online shopping, subscription services. They're so elegant and classic, and you can layer them, and you really could get your ear cuff game going. Savannah's really big into that. And they say things like mama, and you could get a personalized, I'm wearing a J now, which is my name, my brother's name. So this is really great, and most of their pieces are under $50. So great to check it out and great to support small business. So next up, okay, Al, sorry you're not here for this one, but you'll taste these. 2 coworkers whose afternoon tea parties turned into so much more. Take a look.
I'm Jenny.
And I'm Maria, and we're the founders of Owl's Brew.
We were working together at a marketing firm when I became obsessed with the immune-boosting powers of tea. I even got certified as a tea sommelier. We started making the most delicious tea-infused cocktails for office happy hours, and soon realized we were brewing up a business.
So in 2013, we quit our jobs to bring Owl's Brew to market. With our line of cocktail mixers available in over 1,000 stores like Publix and Whole Foods.
Last year, we launched our boozy teas with refreshing flavors like matcha chamomile and jasmine blueberry.
Within 1 year, we've sold over 1 million cans.
Owl's Brew is for those who want to drink wisely. Cheers to that.
Wow.
All right, so hard seltzers are out. Hard teas are in this summer, you guys. And for those who are looking for healthier and better options in our alcoholic beverages, Owl's Brew is such a great choice. They're low calorie, low sugar, super flavorful. Plus, you can drink them straight from the can or use them in cocktails too. Cheers. What do you think?
Here's what I love about it. They're not too sweet. I hate a really sweet drink.
Oh, very nice.
And they're only 4.8% in terms of alcohol. So you can have 2 or 3 and not, end up
I don't know that that's the point.
Well, we're keeping the kids alive, and you can have 2 or 3 and not wind up on the floor, Al. That's what we're learning today. Cheers.
Cheers. I'll save you a few, buddy. I'll save you a few.
Hi, I'm Craig Melvin. I'm going to have 12 hard teas. Anyway.
It's okay, because they're low in alcohol and calories.
2 great brands. Super proud to present them today. So, Al, cheers on that.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, look at our Today All Day family.
Hi,
Aren't they
guys.
sweet? Thanks for joining us. It is Friday, first day of October, if you can believe it.
Can't believe it. You at home are watching our digital show Today in 30, and we close out the week here today with a really special way. We marked the start of Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Yeah, so to celebrate, this is what we did. We painted our plaza and then 3 towns across the country pink. And we highlighted some really inspiring people touched by the disease who are using their journeys to help others. It was a beautiful morning.
Plus, Chanel is at Gillette Stadium getting us ready for Sunday night's big NFL showdown. Tom Brady returning to New England to play against the Patriots at home for the very first time.
Gotta be big. And then we're ending the week with Bobby Flay. He's got a delicious meal you can fix ahead today, have it for Sunday or even for the big game.
So let's get started. Time for a Friday edition of Today in 30.
Hi, Today in 30. How are you guys? I'm bringing you behind the scenes here at Gillette Stadium. So here we have our crew, Today Show crew. They've been up since, 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And then come over here. We've got our cheerleaders. We've got our militia guys. We've got our Packer Patriots. And coming up a little later this morning, we're going to be cooking. So whether you're tailgating or whether you're just enjoying the game from your couch, we are having a really good time. Everything is gearing up for Sunday's football game. Tom Brady returning back here for the first time in a long time. He's given them 6 championships. Here's the question. Will they cheer for him? That's what we're all waiting for. So there you go. We're having a good time. We'll see you in a bit.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today.